Miss Mo, you kicked us out.
The time must have expired or something.
Yeah, it was just getting good, wasn't it, Chris?
Yeah, it was, man. Dang, it was getting good.
My bad. Hold on.
What?
My silly crazy ass kids be playing on my thing. Nah, I can't.
Oh, they cut the live stream?
No, what happened? Hold on. Let me get this thing messed up.
You didn't pay your subscription.
No, I have hold on. One of these stupid things got a mute. Can you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh my
Oh, he fine, Miss Mo. Got a little echo.
Yeah, hold on. Okay. Now.
What's up, Brandon?
Hey, peace, everybody. What's going on?
Okay, there we go.
Dealing with more gas station internet.
No, it ain't
What's
the
going on, good brother?
So much has gone into this car to get to this. Hold on, brother Price. You said Mo got gas station in there.
No.
No, that was
No,
me.
Chris did.
No, it's not the internet. It's because my niece and nephew comes and play on the stupid computers and they change the settings. You know, kids, they change the settings to all kinds of stuff and I have no clue. So the volume, oh my God, everything's just all screwed up. So I'm trying to fix it. I
know you ain't trying to blame my guy Zion. I know you're not trying to blame
that
him.
knucklehead. He swear he damn IT guru. He screwed up all my computers. Everything. He changes the mount thing to little animals that I don't even can't recognize. He does all kind of ignorance. I'm like, what's going on? Why can't whatever? Anyways, you made me mad.
Okay.
I just posted the link from the comment. I'm sorry, Brooks Trader. I apologize. I just posted the link. Oh, let me see if you're not having trouble getting in.
Okay.
I'm sorry to the chat.
Dang, that was getting real good, boy. That's that good old data right there, man.
Yeah. I can't disagree with the brother too much. But while we wait on him to come back, hey Chris, that NRG is starting to close that gap, man. I'm up almost 20% on that trade.
Oh man, you reminded me of that, man. Dang, I forgot about that price. That's what's up, man. Yeah, because you was waiting, because you was thinking, who was that thought it was gonna go to 40 or something like that?
Yeah, that was me. That was me.
Okay.
Yeah.
That mug, I see it.
We went back, what was that? What, December, January? And we was like, man, it may go to $28 or whatever. I got in at like 32 and some change. And I'm up 22%, bro.
Oh, wait, man. That's what's up, man. Yeah, this mug is percolating. Oh my God. Dang, that's crazy.
Is that the stock that acquired that one company? That tech company?
Yeah, exactly. They bought who is it? Ring? I think it's Ring, Bing.
They bought
but that was them. Yeah.
It was The other
It wasn't
security,
Ring. It was not ADT. The orange guys. I know you're talking about, Brandon. I can't think of it right now, man.
See. NRG. Dang. Sure did, boy. People
It's
don't
working
know.
on that gap. It's about halfway through it right now. So
Yep. It sure is, man.
Vivint. That's it. The
Vivint.
company was Vivint.
Yeah.
yep.
This mug percolate, man. Dang. That was good, Price. That was good, Price. Did you get in on it, Brandon?
Nah, man, I totally forgot all about that.
Man,
I'm over here focusing on Ford right now, and they earnings that they got like 23 days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good move, Price.
Yeah, somebody come out for doing $27.
Ain't no way in the world they doing $27.
Yeah, I know a dude get there and he been trading it for the last 9 months, man. He just buy and let it do a couple pennies and sell, buy. But
Hey,
they rocking right now.
Yeah, checking a decade maybe. Decade they may get there, man. Yeah, it depends.
Hey, I don't know. That electronic F-150 is pretty popular, guys. You know,
It is.
Then Elon to pull their fat out the fire. You know, saying, hey, you can get some. You can get some charges. So
that's because Elon know they got them government. They get that government money.
Oh yeah, they do get that government money.
The federal government love for it.
They do.
I ain't gonna lie, that mug been on an uptrend. It's been on an uptrend. Hey, I'm not putting nothing past it. I'm not putting nothing past it. It's been number green candles looking on the daily, man. This mug has been perfect.
He made it back.
Yeah. Are you back, brother?
I apologize. He on mute.
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm constantly Zoom time.
Yeah. Ford been percolating, man. But yeah, get back to that.
Yeah, Brooks. Last thing I heard you say was producers set the price for the consumers, or something to that effect, good brother. That's the last thing I remember.
Okay. Hey, you see my screen?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right. So basically, when you asked me last time, you saw that the PMI was in a trough, right? And you saw that right now the PMI is up. What I did not mention was that this is an old data. This goes back till like 2021. So what I'm trying to make you see is that these gray areas are recessions. You see?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the black lines are what reduces price. And the red is the consumer, right? And when we can see the peak, we can see a left shoulder, head, right shoulder, head and shoulders formation. And we can see that the PPI leads the CPI 9 to 12 months to be exact, right? And we can see that they all are what correlated.
Hey, so Brooks Trader, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man.
So, not looking at this chart, but I'm looking at the chart. I'm assuming the chart you pull up Sunday was real time data.
Yeah, it's real time data. Everything.
Okay, so no, because I heard this theory before that, the PMI was a lead indicator for recessions. So would you I want to ask this. Based on that, what we saw with that trough, are you anticipating recession like late Q1 or early Q2 of 2024?
The problem with the recession argument is this. There's some scholars that saying soft landing versus hard landing. What they mean is that the public or the consumer wouldn't feel it, and by the time they feel it, it will be over. What they mean by that is this. The last component to properly say a recession is going on is what? Unemployment.
What? Right, but that unemployment occurs. Unemployment and CPI, they occur after recession is already set in.
Exactly my point. So if you're waiting for the traditional metric of to say, hey, we're in a recession, basically you're waiting for the unemployment to rise. That's what you're waiting for. But before unemployment rise, there's things in the data that shows you unemployment will rise.
PMI.
Things like the PMI, Purchasing Price Index, several other components, several other indicators.
Yeah. I'm just asking your opinion, good brother. I'm not trying to hold you down or anything to be. I won't come back 9 months and say you said. I'm not gonna do that.
No. There's nothing like that. No. So that's the whole argument with the whole recession thing. Like,
yeah. So what I'm just saying, I mean, we clearly see this dip, and this dip would, in my opinion, it's not severe. So it would point to a mild or soft landing, so to say, or
no. But the thing is,
if it was to turn around here,
right?
It's still down.
What we need to calculate is something called the rate of change, right? So we need to calculate the rate of its changing. So let's say it started at 1 and it's at 10. We need to calculate that rate of change, that 9 tick move, and how severe is it in the market. You see, and when you calculate the rate of change, then you will see how epic the moves would be throughout the market. You see, now we're going into like formulas and Excels and, you know.
So is rate of change kind of similar to what the disinflation is to inflation? How fast this is going or how far?
Right. So based on the data, on the rate of change, then we can see how strong deflation or disinflation could or would be.
Okay. I'm gonna be quiet from here on out, but I'm tracking.
You see? So that's it. So my argument is that we're going to an era of deflation. When we go in an era of deflation, there are some things that do well in deflation, or even stagflation, or even disinflation. Now it's to pinpoint and find out, okay, what stocks, what companies, what asset, what does well in these areas. You know, and also what I wanted to show, going back to the whole Great Depression thing. This is a map of America when it comes to redlining globally. I mean, sorry, not globally, but countrywide. We can see A as best, B as still desirable, C at definitely declining, and D at hazardous, right? I don't know what country or what state you guys in, but I don't know which one you guys want to start in.
No, hey, what is the map saying?
This is the redlining map.
Okay.
We can start in Chicago.
Chicago, Chirac.
You said this is the what map?
Redlining.
Hey man, do Jackson, Mississippi next.
That's a good one, Price.
Yeah, but I mean Chicago, I think the redlining is played out with the way they gentrified the city.
Mm-hmm.
Which one you said? Jackson what?
Jackson,
Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Okay, you guys gotta help me out there with the Jackson, Mississippi. Where is that?
Hey,
Go
go
down
south of
south.
Chicago. Yeah, go straight down from Chicago.
Yep. You see it right there?
Memphis, Jackson.
Right there.
There you go.
Oh man, it seems like Birmingham getting it worse. So it's still hope. We on point.
See, 17 best. Why do you think they describe 17 as best?
Wait, say I don't understand that term, man. Help me out.
So what I said about policies and redlining and racial covenants is to show you that the game is rigged, right? The game is all
Yeah, I
about
agree.
information, right? So the more information we have, the more we can play the game to our advantage, right?
What you need?
So I'm taking you a little bit outside of the stock side of the game and kind of showing you the real world of the game, which still would imply stocks, it still would imply investments, because I'm trying to build an argument of everything is a trade, right? Everything is an investment, good or bad, right? It's what you do with the information, right? So we already know after the Great Depression, government did what? Government created policies to create demand in the market, right?
Somebody got their mic open. Okay, it's gone.
But then we can see at 1940, the total population was then 49,000. Foreign born, 6.8%, right? Hazardous would equate that these are the neighborhoods that what? You see, undesirable population. Who do you think is the undesirable population?
Wow, that's us.
Mm-hmm.
And you described my childhood, man. Can you drop this link? Can you drop the link to this map, this page in the chat? I mean, in the chat on the Zoom.
All right, cool. All right. So basically what I'm saying is life imitates art. We are the market. Everything is a trade, right? So C, what do you think C is?
That's the area where blacks were migrating to or moving to.
Okay. What are the other members in the panel think?
I think that it's I don't know. I'm just guessing. I think that it possibly could be where it's underdeveloped, and in places where these people are going that's underdeveloped with no business structure.
Okay.
Is this based off of current data? Because that's a good point, brother Sonny. This is current data, or the rating right now.
It's current data. It's current data / old data, but the bulk of it is old data.
Okay, but no, just what I'm getting at is because see, that's like West Jackson, and that area is declining. You know, you got food deserts. You have a lot of black flight in that area, and you just got some neighborhoods where the property has been let go. So break that down to me.
I'll put the link in the chat. Y'all want to look.
The way it looks is. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's in the Zoom chat. I put it in the back.
Yeah, I need to get that, man, because that's lining up right what I need this information. Go ahead, Brooks. I'm sorry, brother.
I don't. This is one thing I wanted to say, and I don't want to like defer the conversation, but it it seems to me that if you get enough people that are on a George Soros type of mission, right, they can easily create situations all over the United States that can actually start being part of the red line, even if it isn't.
How do
If
you
you
mean?
guys know about George Soros and how he invested into the basically destroying different communities for the position of being able to buy a property for a cheaper value.
Okay. But then what do you think he's doing to the market then?
What do I think he what to the market?
What do you think he's doing to the market when he does that?
Well, he's dead now. He died, I think, a month or two ago. But his whole thing, he was a bear in the market. Everything, I mean, it actually drops the market, but his whole thing was being a bear in the market, and the only way he could really be a bear in the market was to be able to diminish different companies, diminish different real estates, buy up things at a cheaper value to be able to excel.
Will we consider that as smart money?
I would say that's how smart money. That's the quintessential buy low, sell high.
Well, that's why I said I didn't want to get into another conversation, because then it gets into the page of the places that are red line. It gets into where these people aren't using smart money, and so it's not about race. It would be more on the page of what field of people or what area of people are on the page of where they're not using their money wisely. So it can
So
get to
now we're
race, but
thinking.
it gets on something else.
Well,
Okay,
it
so now
does, and
is
yeah, good
my
point, brother.
question is
But
this.
go ahead, brother
So
Brooks. I'm
then
sorry.
now, so my brother's hit it. My brother's going so then my question is this: who sets the price?
But see, that's what I want to get down on, because the
But
two areas that you went to. Well, go ahead.
see, I was going to
No,
say
go ahead.
I would say the buyer actually sets the price, because if there's nobody, if nobody is say if nobody's buying a product, it has to be adjusted to the market's liking or the value of the customer. So I
Okay,
would say
Sonny.
that the buyer, go ahead.
Who should set the price? I like what you're thinking, but who should set the price?
Well, me as a seller, I'm going to set my own prices regardless. If you don't like it, then it's
Aha.
too. But but it depends on what product, because if I'm like selling, say for instance, if I'm selling a course on stock options, right? And in the beginning, it might be on the page of where everything's free, like how we have these talks or whatever, and everything's free. But if it gets to the page to where I start recuperating more customers, start getting on the page of where I'm more valued, I'm more cataloged with a whole lot of the things that I own, or I'm trying to sell or trying to give away or trying to dish out, then then I have to up the value. So that's my thing on the seller's part. But as far as the buyers, it depends. I mean, it depends on your product.
This is going up my alley, so
So
a little bit too. The
But
person
that's
with
why I
the
say I didn't want
product.
to change the conversation.
No, you good, because
no,
that
this
that
good,
makes
bro.
sense.
You're doing good.
That
You're
makes
doing very good.
yeah.
I'm gonna tell y'all from a government contract perspective, as we get with the government, y'all pricing it wrong.
But
So then now
Yes.
the question is, sorry to cut you guys off. How did we get here? Because the brother's
Exactly.
breaking down the formula, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how
Well,
did we get? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
no,
that's one thing too. Okay, go ahead.
no. I just want to say, but I want to defer to Chris. But I'm gonna tell you how we got there. I got two stories to tell you about the two locations that we looking at now.
Mm-hmm.
See,
But
that would go. the reason why I said it would change the conversation because it will go deeper down the rabbit hole when you start asking how did we get there? Because
it's not even.
No, we got
It's not the rabbit hole though, bro. It's really not. You spot on. You don't even know
last
how
time,
spot on
hold
you
up,
are.
because last time when we had this not last time, but the time before last when we had this conversation, it changed to something else because of this type of conversation. Because if we start from how things are now and what is actually going with just our community now, and then we start going 5 years back, 10 years back, 15 years back on the things that are bad now and how did they get to that page now. And then eventually somebody's going to have to hold accountability to somebody, and that's where it starts a problem.
Well, I'm gonna let Chris go, and then I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share a couple comments.
I was just gonna say, I mean, it's a evolution process because how you think about it too, because when you put a product out here on the street and then you make that product available to other people, let's say you make a demand, right? Let's say you got 1 million product. Oh, I'm gonna say a retro in this case. So back in the 90s when Nike used to drop Michael Jordan retros. So they would drop a retro one day, let's say in a span of a month. Well, now you don't have that same process. It's different. So now you have more resellers to push that particular product. And now you also have a middleman that's kind of dictating the market as well. So it went from, that customer, that person had the product, they dictated how much that product was worth.
But didn't the demand come from the marketing?
Say it again.
Doesn't the demand come from the market? The way that you market the product is where you develop the most demand.
Yes, sir. I agree
Okay,
with you on that,
so
son. Yeah.
if that's the case, then it goes back to what we were talking about before on how did we get here? Because marketing strategies are on the page of I don't care about your feelings or what you go through in life in the future. It's about how I can get you to buy my product today. So when we start looking into that, that's why it goes into the rabbit hole with other stuff. How did we get here? How did we get to where all black people want to do is buy the best Nikes and they broke as hell? How did we get there?
That's
Okay. Well,
that
hey,
goes back.
let
Well, no, that originally goes back to the conversation earlier when we was talking about economics 101, because economics 101 is based on behavior. And
there we go. There we go.
So if you're doing that off of that, if the behavior changes from then till now, then you're gonna have that type of demand or that type of marketplace or that type of marketing. It's because of behavior. Behavior.
So now, but I'm just gonna add on to it, right? So if it's the behavior, right, with the behaviors changing, so the marketing strategy has to change with the behavior. But you don't just come out the house with that behavior. It starts from somewhere. And so when we start talking about smart money and stuff like that, yeah, I already know it's gonna get on that. But yeah, when we start talking about smart money and stuff like that, it starts from the home. And everything like how if we start now and going backwards, how did we get here? And that's where it starts getting into accountability, and we don't want to really accept that part, but that's how we got here. When you start looking at Jews and how they got here, they can actually start doing a structure from where it was messed up and where it wasn't, and what people messed it up and what didn't. And it actually brings about an understanding to how they got here. If we're confused on how we got here, or we are on the page of we don't want to make an agreement on how we got here, we're going to stay here in this same place or even worse for the future.
Are we talking about how we come up with the price? Are you talking about why people buy a certain way? Because coming up with the price.
We're talking about the original thing was how did we get here? Because he was talking about the redlining, and then we was talking. I said I didn't want to take it off to the subject, but it was based on the whole thing with people creating situations to get in that place. And then the brother had mentioned about smart money. And so if it's on the page of where how did we get to this place? It's obvious that we wasn't using smart money. So how did we get to a point to where we didn't use smart money all this time? Like, I mean, even we can go through different stages of where we had black production throughout the United States after we got released from slavery. So how did we get to this page right now today? And then when we start going backwards, it adds up with the redlining and what people are looking for, who they're trying to target when they market, based on the like how brother Chris just said, with the behavior. The behavior starts from the home. You know, it gets on so on from that.
I think policy.
Hey.
I lean on the side of policy, and I also lean on the side of how
propaganda.
Department of Labor, Department of Labor is allowed has allowed commercial versus governmental wage rate. And I say that and I can share the screen on the discrepancy of pay, which keeps our community, well, those particular rural areas and inner city areas from being able to afford without redlining, being able to afford to live. You could take the current times now. If you equate it all back, because the wage rates play into the labor and the rates, that plays into coming up with some of these numbers and why people aren't able to afford certain things and being able to afford certain areas of living. If you look at the discrepancy or the unfair way, now this is where, when the brother talks about the capitalism, this is where I fall off the boat with the way wages are allowed to be paid. There's two sets of standards. There's a federal set of standards, there's a commercial or private, whatever you want to call it. And until they attack that policy right there, with or without redlining, we won't be able to afford to live in a few. We won't be able to live off the wages that people are being paid to be able to perform labor.
You're not supposed to. See, that's the thing when we was talking about smart money.
But that don't
right?
have nothing to do with the home, though.
No, it does. I'll tell you. So that's what we was talking about when we were saying smart money. A lot of people, especially us, we were taught all the debt shit. Get into all the debt. Be on the page of where you want to buy the car off the lot. You don't want no used car. You want to be on the page of where you're getting a big house instead of just living comfortable in something small. You want the nice clothes, the nice everything. All of these things are marketed to you. And by us not using smart money, we're on the page of we falling into the market strategy. And it's on the page of how did we get here? We're skipping that.
Hey, can I go in?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Hey, because I want to pull it back to what the brother Books Trader is talking about, and brother Sunday, and I want everybody to hear this, is because we don't value black things. I'm gonna say that again, and I'm saying that as a collective. We don't value black things, but I want to pull it back because he pulled us some data. He showed us Chicago, and we remember the show Good Times, how downtown Chicago, it was plethora with the project buildings. And then they started building suburbs. And then we saw an instance where the suburbs turned to Section 8 housing. And then people start coming back into the city and developing the city, because they realized they had a whole infrastructure there. You had major roadways, you had major waterways there, and they realized the value of the property. And then it comes down here to Jackson, Mississippi. This is my hometown, and it's kind of going through there right now. And if you saw to the right, there's an even bigger circle going on in Birmingham with the redlining and what's going on there. And I just saw that personally as I rode through Birmingham. But what he's showing now that the gentrification is happening, and I see this. I've seen this, and I know the history of this since like what 75 on how Black folks moved from the Delta. It's a blue collar. This is a blue collar area. You had major businesses down here. You got two interstates that coincide right there on this city. It's the capital city. And what you got now is you got a generation of people dying. The kids done moved away, otherwise known as Black flight. They don't value what's back there in the city, and they're letting it go for pennies on a dollar to the smart money that's coming in there and developing the areas.
Prime example is
I'm telling you, guys, it's almost like y'all on the point, but y'all tiptoeing around that point.
I'm not tiptoeing around the point because, bro,
because look, because you just said, right? These kids.
Let me on.
Oh, what? Go ahead, talk. Go ahead. My bad.
No. I'm telling Mo to let my other account on. What is you doing? Accept it.
I'm over here making money. You playing around. I'm gonna show y'all when y'all finish this chart right here. These unfair wages. Y'all still want to jump over there, but go ahead.
Mo, you going?
No, I mean, I believe it with the unfair wages. Like that gets back into this whole conversation about smart money.
Hold on.
Well, I'm just saying, take the emotion out of it because we got data right here that's pointing us to what's going on.
That ain't no emotion. That's common sense. When you start looking at it, right? When we start talking about the wages in, we'll say I got a daughter out there in Louisiana. So we say wages out there, the minimum wage out there, I think is like $7.50 or $7.75, some bullshit. I mean, excuse my language, but crazy, right?
Right.
But
yes,
it's
sir.
on the page of if you don't live like how the normal Black in America lives, you actually be able to live comfortable out there. If you're not on the page of where you want to buy the nicest stuff, or now I got to get $200 nails or whatever the hair is, or I got to get these like how we was talking about with the Nikes. Like, man, get you some Pumas. Stop playing. So these are things that we don't take accountability for, but in reality, it's like if we did these things for a certain amount of time, say for instance, you just stomped down like that for 5 years. I'm gonna just save and invest, and on top of that, I'm gonna just work this job. I'm not gonna be on the page of where I'm trying to buy the hottest stuff or look the best for the summer, whatever the case may be. We all can be able to change, but that's not what's taught. That's not what's directed, and it's almost like it's it's just a dream when we start talking about it with our own people.
No, it's not a dream, bro.
Tiptoeing around what's actually going on, because you was mentioning when you was talking about people getting killed and how younger people is not really respecting how Black monuments over there and stuff like that, and they trying to leave. In reality, they're not raised to respect that shit. So how could they even have that idea? It's almost like when we talk about investments. If I'm not raised on investments, how could I even have that idea? And so when smart money comes in involved, and I got dumb money over here, and I'm over here being a heavy consumer, then this is how that redlining and stuff like that plays in the part. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I meant about tipping.
Can I go in just real quick?
Good.
Thousands of years, as far back as you can say. And what we're looking at is that slavery is something that happens to one race, one thing. When in fact, the spread of it was around the world. In 1776, which is when Adam Smith published the Wealth of Nations, the 12th United States that started, he said that Western Europe is the only place in the world where there is no slavery. And even the Western Europeans had vast numbers of slaves in the Western Hemisphere, not in that Western Europe itself. And so if you're going to have reparations slavery, it's going to be the greatest transfer of wealth back and forth, because the number of white people who were enslaved in North Africa by the Barbary pirates exceeded the number of Africans enslaved in the United States and in the American colonies before that put together. But nobody is going to North Africa to ask for reparations, because nobody is going to be fool enough to give it to them. Slavery has been a universal institution for thousands of years, as far back as you can trace human history. And what we're looking looking at is that slavery is something that happens to one race, one time. When in fact, the spread of it is around the world. And 1776.
It's repeating. So basically, that's Thomas Sowell, one of our black scholars, economic scholars, has a PhD. He basically, the argument we're making right now, he basically blamed it on race and culture. The black culture is the problem that where we can't rise. That's his argument in his book. You guys should read his book. He has several major good reads, major good books. But why did I use this? Because what I'm trying to do is frame the argument that life imitates art, right? Because growing up, I saw America through the box, through the lens, through the TV screen, right? So things like this. Hold on.
Lost you, bro.
And I'm done.
No, he's looking for something.
Yeah.
Oh, well, hey, why he looking? Let me say this, man. I mean, the brother, this map is powerful what he pulled up. And I just put an article in the back chat that's telling how this migration is flowing. And it's looking at the Southeast United States, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And what he pulled up is when you talk about smart money, you can get, I ain't gonna say get ahead, but you can stack your pennies next to their dollars by looking at a Alabama, a Mississippi, and a Louisiana as far as property, because that's how it's flowing. They've already ingrained on the breadbasket portion, so to say, your Kentuckys, your Tennessees, and your Ohio's. If you just look at that map and really analyze it, it just strikes it strikes purpose with me because I see it clearly now. I lived it as a child. I watched it happen, and then I watched I watched the egress, and I'm seeing the demise right now. So I see the opportunity.
But
so I'm not gonna blame the youth. Go ahead, good brother.
Go ahead. No, I was getting to that because what I wanted to do was I wanted to do, like, let's say we are real estate developers and come from that lens and come from that eye, so then we can see the games and tricks that they play, so we can capitalize on the trick. See what I mean? But this is what I want to show.
Yeah, I want to get ahead of you. I'm gonna be quiet.
I can't hear it.
You know what that is?
Yeah, I seen it before, so I know what he's on this one. But it's the Boys in the Hood, if you guys can hear
Boys
it.
in the Hood. Yep.
Yeah. It's basically when he drives them to Compton, a part in Compton, it's a real estate board up there, and he's basically telling them about owning their own real estate in their own hood versus just being on the page of claiming a place that you don't even own.
Right, but then when I asked the question, how did we get there? Why did I ask that question? Because that was the most important question. Because what? Before the Great Depression, we had something called racial covenants, right? Because we were talking about people buying and controlling the market, smart money, whatever the case may be. Through racial covenants is when we start to first see the concept of buying white, keeping it in the what? The neighborhood. Exclude the who? Exclude the black man. We're gonna do what? We're gonna keep it white, right? After the Great Depression, now here's where politics come in. They vote who into office? That's the question that needs to be answered. That person they vote into office created these agencies, allowing them to have a head start, creating these redlining events through real estate agents. Because remember, real estate agents who is distinguishing the prices of these homes. It's not me and you. So that's why when there was an article, I think Beyonce or Jay-Z bought property and it was an outrage and it was like, why don't you buy black, whatever the case may be? It's because it's pinpointing the exact same argument. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our own. Because what is embedded in the game through what? Through equity. Because remember, you're trying to do what? You're trying to get equity.
Repeat that last part.
Through equity, value what you do through equity.
Okay.
Because the housing flip is what? You're doing it for equity.
Yeah, cash producing assets.
Right? But who controls this concept of equity? Who? The whole framework of white tiles, picket fence, cut grass, by the riverside, by the tree side is the real estate agents, right? So now the question is, do we get mad at them or do we play the game?
We play the game. Because in reality, everything only upgraded because people were trying to get more and more money. So the more and more real estate investors you had, the more and more they put more S in the game. And so that's why it's on the page if you can be able to do that kind of stuff. This is why you start the whole idea of taking over somebody's foreclosed home comes from real estate agents being able to put shit in the game.
No, this map is fire. I rode from Texas all the way to North Carolina, man, and I got a nice look at all this, what you showing on this map.
Right, because that's what I'm trying to make. Because I forgot, I think it was Thunder. Thunder was arguing with me about capitalism or whatever the case may be. But what I try to show Thunder is based on what I'm seeing is, right? The game is not fair.
Well, capitalism ain't fair. It ain't meant to be fair.
Hold on. What's fair and what's not though?
Okay. So let's start by the 16. Okay, I would like to start at 1600, right? Boom. So this ties into the whole ADOS, reparations, red line, and everything, right? 1600, Bacon's Rebellion, right? 4 whites, 4 blacks, unified under one cause against the elites, right? You guys know about Bacon's Rebellion, right?
Yeah.
Okay. After Bacon's Rebellion, what do we get? We get the term or the concept of the white race or the white man, right? So by proxy, the white man is a pawn, right, for the state, a pawn for the elite. Because here's when we start to see rules like you cannot testify against a white man, right? Here's when we start to see the game is starting to switch its concept, right? Because remember, the origin of the game is poor versus rich, right? Because at this time, we had what? West Africans, Irish, whites, Englands, all together, right? Under the banner of poverty. But remember, even in this, we were warring against who? The natives of the land. Because at this time, we're dealing with what? The native Indians. We're on their land, trying to become members of society through land ownership, through to the whole tobacco industry, the whole tobacco and slave ship, plantation ship, whatever the case may be. But the natives had already owned these lands. Right? So here comes the whole ADOS argument of reparation and all these things. Are you truly a native of the land? Because we can see in the 1600s, he was warring with the natives under British rule. If I'm wrong, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm tracking.
Yeah, I'm tracking, but I mean that's spilled milk. I'm trying to see how we fight this from now.
Okay, cool. So now fast forward.
I was going gonna make a comment. On the real estate part where when you were talking about they were going that they had courts that you couldn't go to court on white people. You were talking about the real estate part, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I had missed that.
Because what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to show the game is changing, right? I'm trying to show you the origin of the game. The origin of the game is always me versus you. The concept of poor versus rich, elites versus peasants, right? Then the game became about race. Because what? Race is a tool to keep the original game going. Fast forward to the day, before we get right down in, we have what? Racial covenants. Hey, we against them. By any means, we're gonna control our own market, control our own destiny, right? Boom, here comes a great
Are you
depression.
saying we can, or are you saying we are?
No, I'm talking from the aspect of the whites.
Oh,
Through
okay.
racial covenants, controlling their own market, excluding foreigners or excluding blacks from entering in their market.
Yeah, I can see that. Because I mean, if you look at it for thousands of years, everything's been based on barter and trade, and people have looked at a better way to corner the market. And then by us coming over here through slavery and not really having the aspects after a while of how the market is ran or barter trade or anything like that, everything is based on survival. And so when we get released, our thing still is based on survival, but we start mimicking what we see. And so when we start mimicking what we see, after a while, this is when you start having different communities of blacks that actually start building. And even though you had different throughout history, different people came to destroy it, different people did different things to do things to it, right? There was still an idea of we need to come together to create something of value to keep us going. Where did that stop? Because it ain't going on right now. And somewhere down the line, that stopped. What I'm trying to say is when did it create this situation? Where and when? That's what I'm on. Because when you start doing it like that, you can actually see why we're not using smart money, going back to that, and why we aren't teaching each other smart money. That's where I
What I'm
was
trying to
backing that.
I
The
agree with you.
propaganda started a long time ago, brother. So you would have to go from West Africa
We're
down.
not even talking. No,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah,
No,
No,
yeah.
I'm with
no,
Sonny.
no.
I'm with him. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. When you start talking about going back to Africa, slaves that were over here, even after they came from Africa, slaves over here had no idea about the marketplace over here. So
There was,
that is null and void.
well, the marketplace was, remember,
Brother, come
what is the
on,
market?
man. You
Hold
gonna
on, no,
try
no,
to
no,
tell?
no, no.
Come on, man. Don't do
What
that.
is the marketplace though? The marketplace is what? Goods,
So
trade.
okay, so they
So
knew the marketplace because they were getting sold and traded. So they understood the marketplace. What you trying to say?
no, I'm not
What I
necessarily
think, what I
saying
think
Come
he's
on,
trying to
man.
say is, remember, the marketplace could be anything. The marketplace can even be what an idea of becoming. Because remember, that's what I said, poor versus the elites. If you're poor, if you're a peasant class, you're trying to do what? You're trying to become a member of society, right? So West Africans come into the what? The new world to become someone that is the market. That's a belief in the market. Because remember what's going on then. If you became a landowner, you will get 50 acres and you will get to run the same script that was run upon you under the British rule. So you're becoming a member of society running the script for the British Empire.
But you talking about after they became a free man. So
No.
that's why I said, yeah, you talking about after they became a free man. That's when you have blacks that own other black slaves. And that's the only way that you can have an idea of a slave that's over here in the United States being on the page of where they have any kind of idea of a market. Like if you start talking
No,
about a Toby or something like that, is having an idea on how to corner the market, you're crazy.
So
no,
are
hey,
you
hey,
under
hey.
that? Are you under the impression that? Well, no, I'm not gonna go there. We stay on
No,
topic.
What am I?
no,
Come
no.
on.
No, I was
But
just gonna say. No, I was just gonna say. Are you under the impression that there were no other black people that didn't trade and have their own things? Like, are you not under the impression of that? Let's go 1800s. Let's go to 1800s. So you have heard of Jeremiah Hamilton, right?
I
Are
just
you
said
aware?
yep.
that. I just said that black people
Mm-hmm.
practice the same thing they mimic. They saw slaves being bought and sold over here. That was part of the market. That's the only market they knew. If you're trying to talk about a Toby, an actual slave that's out here in the fields picking cotton, and he has an idea on marketing cornering the market, you're out of your mind.
Hey, can I jump in on that?
Yeah.
Okay, hey, I'm gonna have to. I agree totally with Brother Sonny, because if we want to go back to the 1800s, I'm not saying that there are not going to be freedmen that own
Right.
land or own property, but the
Mm-hmm.
policy at that time was that black folks could not own land. So the fast forward to what he's getting at is, okay, when? And I think at some point in time we lost a sense of community. And after
Right.
1865, you had people that against popular opinion or popular sentiment, that they just said, okay, you free now, but I ain't giving you nothing. But they built communities and they
Mm-hmm.
built institutions. And it went on to where they furthered themselves with innovations and education and continued to own land after for hundreds of years where they want to allow it was against them to own lands. We can see that in the gold rush. We can see this with the pilgrims. We can see this all throughout history. Not the outliners that did own land and own some slaves. We don't know how they got that disposition. But what I'm getting at is, with the brother's point, at is somewhere we lost a sense of community. And I want to say anywhere from the mid
Preach,
80s
preach, preach,
to the
preach,
90s.
preach, preach.
Yeah,
That's
we,
exactly
we
what I'm
we all
talking
know
about.
that. We all know that.
Okay, but
I'm
and
just
what
saying,
I'm
but
saying is
we haven't
when.
been acknowledging that. That's what I think that's what he's been getting at. But I'm gonna fall back.
I mean, but you can
Preach, preach.
point. You can point to Jim Crow. You can point to, and it goes back to, like I said, fear, propaganda, and indoctrination.
I
So
I think we had the worst times of Jim Crow when we had the best times of our of black togetherness in the United States.
Bro, we had a whole red summer. Let's not forget, we had whole
Yeah,
cities. One in
you
North
got damn
Carolina
right.
where
That's
you
why.
had,
That's what I was going to get to. That's why I said the
okay, but
best
go ahead.
times that we had over here in the United States was the worst times of Jim Crow. So right now we don't have that much Jim Crow. I mean, really, to be honest, we don't even have Jim Crow going on. And then it's on the page of like, we're the worst. So like, is it an opposite effect that makes you go harder the more that they own you, or is it the more lenient they are, the more we own some bullshit? Because today, if we could look at the way it is today, it is nothing like it was before, and it's not. Either we were way smarter before and dumber now, which is still on the case of how did we get here, but it's on the page of like, when did this start and how did we get here? And nobody's trying to. Everybody's tiptoeing around it, saying, "Yeah, the slave days, this and this and that." Woo woo. No, because we just had a Black Wall Street. We just had the whole thing down there in New York City, what, in 1940 something. We just had all of these different things. So how is it on the page of where Now we don't have it at all, and now nobody's thinking like that. Nobody's even to talk about investment. Like, look how many people we have watching the show. To even talk about investments is like a plague. It's almost like talking about C19 or something.
Okay, so you having two different conversations, or a
It's
few
the
different
same one, brother. It's the
And what
same
I'm
one.
saying,
It all started from what I
let me
was saying
explain.
about the red line.
Why. Let me explain why. Because now there's not just a Black community. There's Black communities. So that's plural. And in those Black communities, you can't even say that it's totally Black anymore because everybody has integrated. So you can point to integration as a
I'm
part
talking
of that
about
as well.
communities with an S. I
Okay, so
only named
even
two of them, but I was talking about communities with an S because it was over 241 that got burnt down.
Right. So
In
now
different states.
that's part of fear, right? So
Okay,
fear.
so listen what I'm saying.
Fear.
There's it. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So it started from fear.
Yeah. So when
cool.
your supposed enemy destroys anything that you build, that's fear. So now you fear out of that, out of ownership or having something that you can control. So
all right, that's the starting point. So let's walk this way. So we
Okay.
start off from the fear, and then we're walking all the way to today.
Right.
Because the whole thing is how did we get here? So okay, boom, we got something we can stand on, a foundation. All right, it was the fear. So now you have all these Black people been scattered all over the place, breaking up in fear, right? Does it stop their intelligence?
In some ways, yes.
Okay.
With the implementation of a system.
So the things that they learned, they do not know it anymore once they left.
Well, you lose it when you don't use it and when you don't pass it down.
And now we're getting somewhere. So you got fear, you lose it and you don't pass it down. And so now you start having generations of people, right? And now they're not passing it down, right? So they must be taught with fear too, right?
Yes.
Or right or wrong?
You're right. And I would even go as far as say too, some of that was transferred into religion.
Into religion, I mean, all of that stuff, right? So we throw all of these in there because in reality, I mean, people don't like my stand on that, but religion is a marketing scheme to me. But we'll say it's not. So we got people
to throw that in there too, Sonny, because what does religion sell? It sells something that's not real. So if you believe that you're going to heaven, nothing on earth matters besides your how you treat people. So it has nothing to do with money or economics or building the structure here. It's just that, oh, well, I just do right by the Lord and thank the Lord for what we got. That's the mentality. So you pass that down as well. So that affects your personal
that affects it too, because if you are already in fear and then you being taught to be more stupider, and then it's on the page of where you don't have any knowledge of what was the intelligence from at one time when you were great, then it decreases and decreases the more generations you start having. Then it gets on the page of where, since no one is here to help me or save me, I'm going to look for whoever helps me or save me. Now we start getting into something else. So what year you want to start this off? As far as the walking, the fear, the this and this and that, because we're walking it all the way to here.
That's a good question. Let's say
the Lyndon B. Johnson era.
Yeah, what was that? Late 1800s? 1900s?
No.
Lyndon B.
That was about the late 1960s, early 1970s.
I would go before that, but okay, let's go there then.
Okay, well we'll go before that, because you could be teaching me something on the Black community before that. So 50s and 60s, what do you think was going on with that? While they were in fear, they wasn't really learning as much.
Civil rights.
Nah, they went in fear then, man. They was fighting. I don't.
It
Okay,
was civil.
fighting.
It was
Boom,
civil rights
fighting.
then. Civil rights
Okay.
movement.
So we come out of fear. We start raising kids that haven't really. Some of them seen it, some of them haven't. They're on the page of they're being rebellious. They see what's going on as far as the racism and stuff like that. Bam. Now what happens?
Still no economic structure though. Now we fighting to be recognized.
Recognized. Boom. Okay, so we fighting to be recognized, right? Part of being recognized is doing things that are in normality, right? So if white people are able to go to restaurants, it'll be normal for me to go to restaurants, right?
No, you hitting it on the head, Sonny. Let's
Okay,
not call it
I'm
recognized.
walking it. Like, I know exactly what I
Okay,
want
go
to
ahead.
say, but I
called
can't
it's
say
a
it because I want y'all to really get where
no,
I'm really on.
no,
So
it's
because it gets
assimilation.
back to what we was talking about with this redlining thing, how did we get there and why we ain't using smart money? That's the whole
What?
topic. That's why I'm sticking back on that. But we
Okay.
walk through it, right? Now
Huh?
we get to where everybody's rebellious. They got to come up with, because of still racism, they got to come up with some kind of way to stop this, right? Now, the people that are being rebellious, is it men on the front line or women on the front line? Or both?
It was probably both.
Both. Yeah, it was
Both.
both.
So it was women out there dying like the men, fighting and all that, right? Shooting and everything. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I never heard of it like that. I heard of a couple, but we would say, yeah, it was equal 50-50, right? Now, how do we stop this? If you were looking from the white person's lens at that time that were racist, that were on the page of trying to stop the black community from this uprising thing, how do we stop this?
Policy.
Okay, policy. What do we
How do
put in
we?
policy to stop this?
It's always been policy from day
Okay, but
one.
what do we, if policy is just one word that extends to a lot of things, and what policy do we use to stop this?
You talking about stop
Okay.
black people? What? Stop black people?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
So we're walking it through. We're in the
Yeah.
rebellious part, right?
Yeah.
We're in
And
the
then you
rebellious
use
part
the
before we
full.
get to the 70s. So
Yeah.
we're in this rebellious stage, and these white people who are supposed to be the racists at the time, that's against us, is doing all this stuff. If we look from their lens, we already said policy, right?
Right.
So what policy will we put into place that would stop this,
Well,
or at
first
least
of all,
slow it down?
first of
You
all,
do
you
stuff.
have a military, you have a police force.
What? No, I would say
No,
intelligence
I'm
agencies.
talking about what actually happened, not like
I'm telling
how
you what
could we
happened.
stop it? I mean, we know we
Can I
can
go?
gas everybody, but I'm just saying.
Hold on. That brother wanna
No.
that real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, what we can see is we have the Fair Housing Act. That was a policy passed, but the problem with the Fair Housing Act, right? We did not, because this is the thing. Why did I start in 1600s? To show even with policies or so-called peace treaties, they don't honor anything. Because what I'm trying to establish is that the concept of poor and white, sorry, not poor and white, poor and rich or peasant class and king or the elite. This is a battle throughout centuries. We could go back to the social pyramid from Egypt, the pharaohs, the scribes, the soldiers, the merchants, the peasants. We can go all the way back. This battle is how it has always been going on, right? So we can go to the Fair Housing Act when we pass policies to make the game so-called fair. But just like my sister, because I saw the article she has, in that article, they refer to you guys as what? Mud people. This is an article that goes back 2009, 2008 with the whole subprime loan after the Fair Housing Act was passed. You see what I mean? So what I'm trying to establish is that the game that we are playing, the market that we are playing, for we to I guess, win or play the game on a level to where it benefits us. Something, the word that comes to mind is called sacrifice, right? We need to sacrifice something in place so that we can strive for greatness. So all this bickering about race, religion, we need to sacrifice that and keep that on the side and really focus on the game that's being played. Because the only way we can come out of this is when we can come together in love and control our own market, thus control our own destiny. Because what we can see through policies established by the government, these policies are meant for a certain class of people. Because when we go through the red line and the whole racial covenant, one of the ways that we are playing the game, we will have to buy the house double the price. And if we even fail on one mortgage payment, the owner gets back the house. So these are strategies that our ancestors had to do to play the game for us to benefit, right? Now, yes, we had the whole 80s era with drugs, the war on drugs, all these things. But again, who knows? The CIA was involved. Once again, government was involved to keep what? Keep us down, right? But then do we use this as a tool to say, oh, this is the reason why we can't rise? No, because what we're trying to establish is we're using the tools through history to pinpoint the
Can I say something
unfairness
real
in
quick?
the game. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that is a catalyst on why we can't rise. These things that are up against us ain't for nothing. It's up against us because we have evidence that we can rise. So years and years of knowing this, the government uses tactics to be able to stop us from rising, to the point to where you have other people. This is when I started naming about George Soros, who was doing this since the 60s, who's been on the page of investing money into propaganda to create situations to buy property cheaper. And so, yeah, I definitely think that selling drugs, I mean, we haven't got to that part yet, because I still want to walk from the 60s to the 70s so we can really see the transaction versus just jumping into it. Because you were right about the one of the not proposals, the policies would be on the page of real estate. That is one aspect. And then so if we keep going, we keep walking from the 60s and 70s, we'll see how that aspect creates a big step into this redlining thing. That's why I wanted to keep on walking versus just saying what I really want to say. And so everybody can actually see it coming about versus we just say, oh yeah, three strikes was in the 90s. Nobody's really getting three strikes now. Everybody should be good and this and that. No, it don't work like that. The only way that you can actually be able to develop a better future is understanding how the past worked and how you can better it. But if you just skip what the past was, then you're just going to be steady bumping your head for the future.
I agree. Because for me, what the state is doing, the state is waging war, but not a physical war. They're waging war throughout the pen, because now we're in an era where the pen is mightier than the sword. You see what I mean? So they keep you down. They keep you down with a square, with the belief in the contract. But whenever you play the contract game, we can see through history, they don't fulfill the contracts. You see what I mean? So now this brings you into the Federal Reserve. This brings you into taxation. This brings you into several different aspects. So that's why I'm a proponent of Bitcoin, but not in the manner of other people, because what? Bitcoin is so hard to be created. So we have a chance to go against the evils, which is inflation, fiat, government, Federal Reserve. But the problem in that is we're using Bitcoin the wrong way, because now this becomes a question, how do you escape the system? You only escape the system when you are able to feed and fend for yourself.
Yeah, that's facts. But that now this gets back to what we were saying. So that part is facts. Some people, or a lot of us as Black people, take that part and run with it. And this is why it's on the page of it's hard to come together today. And I was going to walk through it on why it's hard to come together today, why we're on the page of we don't use smart money, why we're on the page of the redlining effect is even affecting us, why even when Mo was talking about the money we make is not sufficient to even live on. And she's right. And most of it comes from the way that we're brought up from the household. We skipping everything else. We blaming everybody else and all kinds of shit, but we don't take accountability. And in reality, it starts with us. If I like, you know what I'm saying, if I'm on the page of I'm following the trend of everything out here, I'm in LA. If I'm following the trend of everything out here and I'm steady on the gang banging and I'm on the page of like fuck everything else, or excuse my cousin, but forget everything else. I don't care about no real estate. I don't care about no stock. I don't care about this and this and that. This is the normal thing that how we're raised out here. I mean, and if you really want to get technical, it's like that throughout the United States when it comes to our race. So how did it get like that? And then we can't be keep on saying, oh, it's the white man, or it's this, or it's that. It's us. We the only ones that's on some division shit. Everything that we do is division because it's like how you just said, self-preservation. When you start looking at self-preservation, then when I raise my kids, I'm raising them not to trust anybody. When you're on the page of not trusting anything, then you don't know what good debt and bad debt is. You don't want to even understand how to invest because you feel like you're losing. You don't even want to listen to people that's older than you because you feel like they went through certain things and they're not where you want to be, so they can't even make it or tell you anything. This is how they actually think. So when we start talking about this, it's cool. Yeah, we got to come together, this and that. The Blackity Black talk is cool, but in reality, it's like, how did we get like this? That's the only way we're gonna change this is if we figure out how we got like this, take accountability, and change it from there.
I mean, I feel like we already know the reasons why we're like this. That's why I'm a proponent of doing good business. Because when I first saw you guys, I was like, wow, these are people who actually doing the work. And you guys have an extensive track record, I think like 5 years or 4 years. You guys like, yo, guys are at it. But then it's like, what I see with the conscious community is like, we are trying to become someone in the system by stepping on one of our own, the whole crab in the back, the whole crab in the barrel mentality, right? So what's going on with God up light and all these things, of fraud and all these things. These are people who are pushing bad business on the community, thus making the trust in the community, thus affecting the trust in the community. And it's like, I'm a proponent of the good business. That's why I try to like show people the game and show people the true side of the game, so then they can understand, okay, cool, like, okay, there's things going on, there's things I can do, like not just debating, talking about stuff, but like I try to make it real the best way I could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you and me both, brother. I think that when we do this show, that we doing the work that Black people should be doing as far as getting us ahead. When we start talking about other stuff, or we start clowning each other's religions, or trying to say this person's a scammer and I'm not, but buy my course or buy my book or buy my, like, come on, man. These things are crazy. And it's like, in reality, the easiest steps is just starting from the household and teaching each other, like, what should be in the household. And a lot of us don't even want to hear that because we're taught, hey, this is my house. You can't tell me how to run my house, that kind of thing. But when you look at other races, there's guidelines on how they actually do things. And whether we get along or we're the same religion or whatever the case may be, we understand that this is our cultural thing. Somewhere down the line, we lost culture, so we start developing. We start picking up whatever felt good. So you start having people saying, "I'm a Moor, I'm a Hebrew, I'm a 5%, I'm this, I'm that," just to be on the page of having some type of like wholeness or some type of self-awareness, because we lost out here. And the only real attachment we can get right now is get this money. We all can come in agreements on getting this money. So why not be on the page of like, hey, this is what we need to do. Start being on the page of jumping in on Dr. Mo's economic classes, being on the page of really standpoint on it. I mean, stomp down on it. Be on the page of where, hey, I talked to Thunder. Thunder's on the page of he can show or teach or prove that hey, the small investments count. It could be on the page of where they talking to Brandon or Chris about how to sell Nikes or how to do the crypto. Like there's so much things that's really out there for us, and it's thousands of people that actually see these channels. But it's on the page of when it comes to making money, no one wants to hear it. We like this shit. We developed a page of where we like this shit. We're comfortable. We like to complain.
Hey, good brother. Can I say something to you on that one?
Yeah.
On that point right there, bro. You can't worry about it. You got the revelation. Make sure your house locked in. And I guarantee you, after you arrive, then people be saying what you did. But you know, it's just
You
they
want me to
delaying the
be honest
journey.
with you? You want
Yes,
me to
sir.
be honest with you?
Be honest.
I didn't got to the point in my life of making enough money to where I don't give I don't care what people think or what people want to jump on board now, right? Because before I was into the whole conscious community thing, it left me broke and going to different people's speeches, going to different people's things that didn't benefit me at all. And then once I started learning past the things that they were already teaching, I started getting shut out off of it. And then I noticed it's not about the real education of it. It's based on people just trying to make money. And if the whole idea is just trying to make money, I might as well just stick with Dr. Lamb. So that's my whole thing. Like, yeah, I got people that like my family in the household. Yeah, we straight. Because I mean, it's on the page of if you can actually see where I used to be compared to where I'm at now, it's no denying this stock shit is real. Like, you know, period. So like for a person to say anything like, oh, it don't work or this and that, you're a damn fool.
Yo, Sonny, what's your screen? What did your backdrop say? 3% on the screen? That what it said?
Oh no, 3-minute cross. So that's part of my things with the watching the 1 minute to 3 minutes to 5 minute and the 15 minute, and then looking at my 4 hour for the long haul.
Okay, because I was gonna use that, and I was like, that's all we need. We only need
every time your moving average is cross on the 13 and the 48, it's going to be a giant price action, and it could be a price if the 13 is crossing going up, the price action is going to be going up with a lot of volume. If the price action, if 13 is crossing going down, it's going to be a lot of volume going on the price action going down. So you can look at it on a 3 minute, which will give you more leverage. And then and you can look, you can look at it on the 5 minute, which will give you more leverage. And if you can actually see it on the 5 minute, I use the 3 minute to actually do my trades. And my thing is get in, get out. So I'm a 20% type of person. So if I can make 20%, I'm in and out. Some people like to hold on to it longer. I don't do that.
I don't.
I mean, like for me, it's like like I mentioned earlier, like everyone's on the state of becoming, everyone's going through their own hero's journey. And I feel like with the community when it comes to like finance and stuff, is like we're not really the same way like how these guys can be, oh, I'm a proclaimed scholar and this and that. They can use that same knowledge and break down the codes of economics and the game. And that's how I did it. You see what I mean? The same strategies like Garfield and Reggie and all these guys use, from peer review to journals to that same concept is universal and it applies to economics the same way. But I feel like we haven't made that transition as yet because it's like we mentally and spiritually don't want to, because it requires us to take L's. It requires us to look bad because you were starting a place of you don't know what you're doing. Because I also started off with the whole free PDF books, price action books, 15-minute charts, trend lines, Ichimoku, weak formulations, day trading patterns. Like I started out that way, same way. But what I realized was how the hell, right? I could type in on YouTube, price action, moving averages, and I will see millions and millions and millions of views. But yet, there's not millions and millions and millions of people who are successful using this strategy. When I got to answer this question and I dived deeper into Wall Street, I realized there's an information bias in the game itself, right? And then when I figured that out, I took a step back, stopped trading for like a year, and then I said, okay, let me start from ground up. And when I started from ground up, I realized, okay, cool, now I see the bigger picture,
Yep, I get it. I definitely get it. I when I first started, um, when I first started trading, I was putting my money in whatever people was giving the hype on. And I made money, lost money, different stuff like that. And it made me want to take a break because I didn't keep on getting the money. When Dogecoin was running up and I had made money on that, it made me want to take a break because everything else I was putting money into was not working. But after a while, it's just like playing sports. Not everybody plays the same. You start developing your own tactics and strategies. If you can, if for the people that's out there that's into the conscious community, where we read and study all the damn time. If you do that on the stock, guaranteed within 6 months, it will change your set. It will change your whole living structure. Just 6 months, because you'll start being on it, whether you've made money or not. Just 6 months of you actually putting the groundwork and studying and really practicing using the paper trading, you'll be able to develop some type of skill on your own, however your whatever fits you, and you'll be able to prosper. You just have to learn how to give up certain things, like how you were saying, where everybody wants to do they're basically out for self. They're like, it's self-preservation. And when you're on that, you don't pay attention to these things. You're not on the page of, I just want to sacrifice this, or I want to give up this so I can be able to look at things in the long haul. For us, it's on the page of, when we hear spending money now just so I can get it later, it's like it's a gimmick, it's a scam. And we're already taught that everybody that's teaching these, like how you just said, not every course is on the page of where they're giving you the right information. And so if we're already in a community that does study and you still getting scammed, it's like, come on, man, the average person doesn't even do the studying and they already feel like that. So they're going to really feel duped. It's going to be hard to really get us out of this situation unless we come up with some kind of plan. And doing it on an individual basis sounds cool, but that's what we've been doing, and it ain't helped.
I mean, I don't know if you guys want to go through some trades just before I leave, but it's up to you. If not, I just leave.
I'm down for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you guys want to look at the earnings coming up?
It's nothing really this week.
Yeah, because who do you have? You got a few bank. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say there's nothing really on what is it? Earning Whispers. I think they got
No,
Levi
because
tomorrow.
next week earning season starts. So, but you got banks that a few banks that'll be going for earnings next week that you can look at the catalyst and actually set up for to make some quick change if you're trying to look into it now. You got the bank of, hold on, let me get my thing. You got the Bank of Zion, I know that off top. And then you got I think it's SYF. Let me look it up. Yeah, Synchrony Financial is SYF ticker symbol. They have earnings on the 18th next week. They pay out dividends. They pay out pretty cool dividends of 23 cents a share. If anybody's looking into it, probably what I would do is swing it on the page of buying some to be able to collect the dividend and possibly doing a swing trade on the options down because of what's been going on.
Okay.
Yeah, Zion. Let me see. Zion. Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you can.
Did you guys have anything in mind before I do the banks and financials?
I mean, we can go through some credit and some PMIs if you guys like, and then I can give you guys some trade ideas after that. So then at least we can have it on the live on a record.
Yeah, that's cool. We can go that route.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I don't know when you guys can share your screens.
Give me 1 second. I'll share it in a second. Unless somebody else could do it. I'm all the way in the garage.
Can y'all see the screen?
Yeah, we can see the screen.
Okay. Which one you wanted to look at?
Oh no. Okay, let me share my screen then. You gotta allow me permission to share my screen. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was saying you got to allow me permission to share my screen.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
So does anybody know what this is?
No, what is it?
Look at the VIX.
No.
It's the sleuth. It says the demand for commercial loans has completely tanked.
Exactly. So just based off of this, where do you think we should look at? Just based off of this,
What do you think we should do? What?
where do we think we should look at in the market when we listen to this chart or this
What,
data set?
what treasuries?
Sorry?
Are you
What,
talking about
treasuries?
stocks in particulars?
Yeah, stocks in particular, companies, ticker symbols.
So I would probably look at
Oh,
something with an all-time high, something sitting above probably 80 on the RSI, something that's up there. Look at some banks.
Okay, now we're in. Okay, some banks, right? What else?
Financial institutions.
value stocks, Caterpillar, anything on the Dow.
Okay, value stocks, capital. What about this? What is
Small
this?
caps.
Okay,
Credit unions.
small caps. What about small business?
Small businesses.
What, the
Yeah.
Russell?
Okay.
When
So
you're looking
then,
at the Russell, though, you got to find some stocks with, a lot of volume and a lot of liquidity in them.
Yeah.
okay.
I'm just saying, what
Why
does
would-
this index tell us? I'm not
Okay.
familiar with it.
What does
It's
it say?
basically
What does it say?
who you talking to, me?
Yeah, the one who asks, what does it
Oh
mean?
no. Yeah, I had
Yeah,
already read it.
it just says Sabos index. I'm not familiar.
No, I mean, this is a Graham.
You're talking about the part where it has the acronym of SPLOOF. It says it indicates the demand for commercial loans and it's completely tanked.
Okay, yeah, I'm not
Okay,
saying that.
So I mean,
That means
now
no
it's on the
liquidity.
page. If we did look at the financials, like say for instance, like what you're saying, what do we have to what part of the market do we look for? If we did look into the financials, what section would you what part would you want to be looking at? Would you be want to look at as far as commercial real estate, or would you be wanting to look at REIT companies, or like what are you talking about as far as when we do look for it?
Why
But
not look at all
that's
of
what I'm
them?
saying. What it's saying is no liquidity. It's no money for these guys to come borrow from. So in my mind, I'm gonna go value.
Okay.
I
I mean,
could be wrong,
there's still
but
some
Then
stocks that's still up though, right?
what you're doing is you're trying to hedge.
so unless somebody got money, unless they got like a nice cash reserve or some clean, well, even if they got clean books, there's still nobody that's gonna loan them. There's no money out there for them to borrow. That's how I perceive this.
Okay, all you guys are right. But now, where's the trades? Where do we fish? Where do we go?
Where's the trades at?
Yeah, where do we
It
fish?
depends on if you're bearish or bullish.
Okay, what would you do then based on this chart? Would you be bearish or would you be bullish?
So if
I mean, I
if
wouldn't use that chart to trade. I'm a day trader, so I wouldn't use that chart to trade in the first place. I'll probably use that chart to give me an idea on what field to look at, but I wouldn't use that to the market switch. If that's the case, like the catalyst, where the market has been going up lately, it didn't start the trend until the whole AI hype. where it was a bunch of hope that was pushed in the market that left other people that didn't have, that would have lost out in their earnings per share. It would have been on the page of them losing out, but they actually it brought back up the market. So it makes it makes a difference. I definitely wouldn't have looked at that just to be on the page of like, unless it's long term. Like if I was looking at that and I was like, okay, bam, say it affected the real estate market, that's another conversation too, because I got an idea that the real estate's gonna go back up. But say for instance it affected the real estate market, right? And now looking at that, the catalyst might be on the page of, okay, well, no one's able to get loans like that. It should be on the page of where no one's buying homes like that because no one's able to get loans like that. So I might as well go bearish. But then when you start looking into the housing sector, the housing sector has actually been doing good the last few weeks. And it's been due to a lot of people getting earnings and actually showing that people, despite the inflation, home sales have still been going up.
I'm looking at the top 30. The top 30 that's below the 200 and are hanging at the bottom still. Because there's still quite a few of them at the bottom.
Okay. No, because I asked the question because I'm trying to get the feel of like how you guys see the market and how you guys think. But basically, all of you guys are correct. It just you guys have a different way you guys see the market, you guys trade. So the brother who was talking about real estate is up still with the earnings and all of these things, and yes, there's some truth in that. But then it's this: why won't we start at just anything that's sensitive to commercial loans, which, like you said, housing, right? You said housing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like housing. There's lots of demand still.
Right. So we can also do what? REITs, right?
You can do REITs, but it's hard because there's steady flow of capital going into REITs. I mean, you can try ETFs.
I don't like a REIT.
Yeah,
well, I mean, it would depend though, because see, that's why I say I'm a day trader. But if I was looking at it long term, that looks like a buying point for me. Like that would be straight buys right there. Like, you know what I'm saying, to where I would dollar cost average down from that. If I like whatever company that I see fit or I see that's gonna survive in the long term, that would right there would be buying signals for me.
Okay.
But as a day trader, that's not a buy. That's option puts on it. 20%.
Nice. I like knowing we got options, right? Why would you go options, right?
Why would I do options?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not great at short selling.
Okay. So you're betting on the market that you just betting on the move, right? The moving itself, right?
No, I'm saying if I saw that, like I don't use that, but if I did see that, it would send me to the housing sector. And then I would look for, depending on what it is, if I'm looking on a long term, that would be the buys in the company. Like say for instance, if old realty was down because of this, right? Because of this catalyst. It'll be on the page of where, to me, that would be buying signals for old realty. But if I'm going to be on the page of where I'm day trading it and looking at it like that, it will probably be put options.
Okay. And what about banks?
I think I said that earlier. With the banks, as far as what's been going on a day trading, on the long term, I'm looking at whatever survived within the last 6 months without going down heavy. And whoever didn't lose as many customers or depositors versus the people who did. And if people lost a lot of depositors, then it's on the page of when these earnings come up next week, it's puts on. If it's on the page of where they didn't lose a lot of depositors, it'll be on the page of where our dollar cost average into that company until earnings time. But I'ma still have a leverage by putting a put option, might be far out the money or whatever the case may be, but so the damage isn't that bad if it ends up going down. I could still be on the page and making a little bit of money either way it goes.
I mean,
I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I'm bearish on the banks at the moment.
Okay. I mean, like what a brother said, when you're talking to me, I feel you know the market, like 80% of what you're saying is correct when it comes to the fundamental side, but then you kind of throw me off when you say you will day trade. Because it's like you see the big picture, but then you revert to day trading.
Yeah. And like I said, this is like sports. Everybody has their own way of playing. And so if it works for me, I can't say for everybody else. Like I just started doing my long terms this year. Like before that, I wasn't even into it. I was so happy with making money every day on the day trading, I wasn't tripping. But I started learning after a while because I started getting into Black people habits, spending a lot of money doing a bunch of different stuff and not really understanding that you do need a long term. And so I started creating dollar cost averaging in a few different companies to where I'm looking at it on the long term. So that part, yeah. But as far as the day trading, that part ain't gonna stop at all. Like it's too easy and too much money to be stopping like that.
Okay. You ever heard the rule 90% of the traders lose 90% of the wealth within 90 days?
Yeah, I did. I think I said that in the beginning when I was talking about the whole crypto thing and about taking a break, like how when you said you took a break for a year, I had took a break, but not that long. I just started being on the page and getting back into the study and really taking it serious. And when you start doing that, it makes a big difference versus the 90% of the traders that they say that lose, a lot of them are people that follow other people's trades. They don't talk about that. It ain't 90% of them study and lose. It's 90% of them follow trades and lose.
Okay. Because what I feel is like, you have a good sense of the market, and I wish maybe a day, maybe with time we can build more. I wish a day I can like show you more. Maybe I can change your perspective. I'm not trying to tell you what you're doing is not right, but I'm kind of telling you it. Wink, wink. But it's like what I'm trying to do is like show you guys like or kind of see how deeply you guys know the market, and you guys know the market, right? It's just you're not seeing it. Like you don't you don't know the ABCs. Like you know it in song. So like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, like you know it in song. But if I say, okay, cool, what comes after F? Shoot. You don't know it that way. You see what I mean? So that's why I mean like you confuse you when you go back to day trading, right? Because I can show you a standard deviation on day trading and you won't believe the outcome, right? I could show you a standard deviation on any stock that you trade. You just have to give me like 2 or 3 days so I can do the formula or whatever. But I can show you these things and then you'll be amazed on the mean and on the average of the outcome. What is your odds of winning or what's your odds of success doing a day trade strategy, right? But with time, we're gonna go there, but let's go back to this. So what I'm trying to do is with the data, I'm trying to build out trade idea. And this is just a list of banks that we can trade, right? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 13 or 20 trade ideas that we can sell, right? And we can pick anyone, right? We'll pick this one. And what we can see is, right, we're dealing with a banks, right? So like you said, the financials, you said perfectly option trade. So you will trade the difference or you will trade the movement in itself, right? Because what? We're using the data to kind of guide us into the areas in the market where is what? Where is more crucial to the data set. Because you may have a stock was a manufacturing stock, but it's not 100% manufacturing. Maybe it does a small component of retail, maybe a small component of, let's say, pharmaceutical, whatever the case may be. Here's when you dive into financials. And hopefully with more time, you can, build on these things. But this is just the framework and the argument, and I'm trying to kind of repeat so you guys can see. I don't know if you guys have any questions so far.
No, learning.
Right. So let's see, go back.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, really quick. I gotta run out and get my nephew real quick. You guys still want to continue on until I get back, or you want me to end the stream? I know y'all got it going on right now.
No, go ahead.
Okay, y'all gonna hold it down until I get back? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Cool. The brother has said, well, housing, let me do this. This is a data set of housing starts, right? So if I show you this data of housing start, before we get housing start, before you get the ability to start a house, you need a permit to start the house, right?
Yep.
So after you get the permit to start a house, what is the first stages of housing? Like, what are the first stages when you start to buy a house, like start to build the house?
Wait, I'm confused. Is this the stats of housing going up, or I mean, as far as being on a what level is this? I don't know what the stat is. I just know it's housing stat, but what is it?
Housing starts. This is like how much housing is starting, like the project itself. So like after you sign the paperwork, the permits, you're starting to do like the brick and mortar, like the base, the concrete, the foundation. Like this is what it is.
Oh, okay. So basically, how much it rose?
Right. On a data
Okay.
wise, on like on a country to country, city to city wise. So like what are some of the ideas that's coming to you guys' head to look at?
As far as the housing rising, I mean the
Yeah.
cost of housing, the cost of or materials of housing rising.
Mm-hmm. So like what are the materials?
So we're looking at
I
Lowe's,
mean, the first thing
Home Depot,
I was gonna say
Menards,
CME.
Okay.
wood. If you want to look on the futures, you can play the woods.
So like what is the ticker for those?
CME.
CME?
What ticker is that for?
Oh, I thought we was talking about as far as like it'll be the same thing as Lowe's or Home Depot. Home Depot's HD. Well, I think Lowe's is
L.
yeah.
LOW.
No, it's just L.
Lowe's, the ticker
Yeah,
symbol.
it's just L. I'm looking at it right now.
I'm pretty sure it's LOW. I used to work for them, so I would know.
Okay, well maybe they got two different Lowe's then, because they do got two different Lowe's.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, what is L? I've never seen that one. Oh.
No, it's Lowe's, but it's spelled different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Lowe's.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay. I got you. Yeah, I wonder what this one is though. The L. I've never seen this one before.
You guys can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
My fault. L is just insurance property.
Yeah, I'm looking at it
Company.
now.
Yeah.
Companies consist of individual operating subsidiaries. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So we on Lowe's. How far are we looking at it on a daily chart? Monthly, yearly, what?
Where you want to start?
I mean, I day trade, so I would start from today. And what it actually did today, why within the last week it rose to where it is now? What kind of flag is it giving you, or what kind of sign is it giving you on the chart? I'll be looking at all of that as far as the recent thing. But if I'm doing it for a long term, then I'll probably look at it on a weekly to monthly. Because on the weekly to monthly, it's basically showing you might as well dollar cost average in, because it's way above its 200.
Okay, cool. So what I will do, hopefully, brother, you don't get mad at me for pointing you out, but we're gonna build. I'm not gonna show you why it doesn't really make sense to day trade if you would permit me. If you disagree with me, it's cool. You can build. Don't hold back any questions. If you feel anything about it, just write it and just build it, right? So basically, let's go back to the data point. So let's begin, let's say at the low, right? So basically, housing starts, right, is a leading indicator that gives you a 12 to, I think, 8 months or 6 months ahead of time. No, I like 24 months lead into the market on where the data is going. So before it reflects in the market, it gives you a lead window of a year heading towards 2 years, right? Remember, housing starts is after you get what? A permit. So before you can even see it in the data of housing start, you want to look at what? Building permits, right? Because remember, everything in the market is data. Remember, the highest form of information in the game is information, right? So building permits will lead what? Housing starts, right? Because you need a permit to start, right? After building starts, what do we have? We have building completion. After you complete a house, what do you do with a house? What are you trying to buy? Appliances, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. What are these compliances companies name? You guys should know, right?
Yeah,
Some
so
of them will
start.
be the same thing because it'll be at Home Depot, like the same thing we was talking about, because your contractors is going to end up getting their appliances from there.
So then that whole trade setup from permits to start to completion, you will kind of look for a unicorn type of stock, what fulfills all three criteria, right?
Repeat that again.
So based on what I just lay out, so building permits, building starts, building completion, we will look for a stock or unicorn stock that gives services to all three sectors of the market, right?
And we're still talking about the day trading thing, right?
No,
Because
we're talking
like if
about
I was the thing, like what you're explaining is if I was doing it long term. So if I was doing it long term, I would want to know everything about the company or what's surrounding the company to know if I want to invest long term into this company. But if I'm going to be day trading, because that's what I thought you were saying, telling us on why it's bad to day trade. If I'm going to be day trading, I wouldn't give a crap what is going on with the company. If it's volatile today, I'm going to make money today. That's it. That's it. I don't understand. I don't know.
But then my question is to you, how would you get a forefront of volatility?
How would I what?
How would you get a forefront of volatility? How would you know volatility is coming?
How would I know if it's coming, or how would I know if I'm trading that day? Like, say, or are you saying like, okay, give you an example. Like Mullen, right? A few days ago, you can see the setup from the descending wedge where it was finna cross up. Or you can use the things that I use as far as the EMA on the 1348. And once those cross, you already know it's going to be a big price action. Now following today, it went from 10 cents to 17 cents, right? Now it doesn't sound like much, but if you buy 10,000 of them for $1,000, you done made $700 within today period.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. We already give this answer. I don't know if you guys was there, but what does the EMA calculate? Because the EMA is basically a moving average. What does it calculate?
Price action.
And what is price action?
How much volume is being bought or sold within that time frame?
So again, I ask you, how are you going to see volatility?
That's what I put my screen on the show. Maybe you don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know.
Oh, I gotta stop sharing.
Boom. Okay. Now on the 15-minute, well, let me spread it out. I'll start from the 1 minute going all the way up, right? So if we just looking at it today, right, we see that this whole time, this whole pre-market, it's been bouncing in between 10 cents, right? So as we look at the EMA, which I have mine on 1348, the yellow is the 48, the yellow in the middle is the 48, and the red orange looking color is the 13, right? So as you look at it and you see every morning when you do day trade, there's heavy buy and sell price actions in the beginning. If you see it was a heavy drop right there, right? That green candle where it was a heavy drop, it dropped heavy because of the sales, and then people bought it back up. And as they bought it back up, you have the cross coming up. And you see where my pen at? You see right here where this price action starts going up. So that was the buy-in point after that. You can go on. Oh, let me go over here. Get off of this.
But can
you
can
can go on your
notes?
5 minute. You can go on because what you're saying is that day trading isn't good, and I wouldn't even be where I'm at now if it wasn't for day trading. So I mean, it's kind of
Not that
hard for
it's
me to
not good.
understand that shit.
Not that it's not good. It doesn't make sense. But can you go on those? I'm gonna show you why. Can you go on those? Can you do the ticker? Can you do the same setup for those?
I could do the same setup with I could do this setup with crypto. I don't like crypto, but I've actually shown how it works with crypto. It works with any
No,
stock.
it's okay. All right, cool. Let's do it for those. I'm gonna show you why. Let's do it for those.
Okay. Because you can't deny price action, and no matter how you look at it, whether it's heavy sales or heavy buys, that moving average is going to move. And so if you're watching that moving average, whether it's on the 1 minute, the 3 minute, the 5 minute, or the 15 minute, you can always day trade and it'll always be good.
But again, what does the moving average calculate?
Huh?
What does the moving average calculate?
Price action.
And what is price action?
It seems like we're going in a circle. I think we said that already. It means it's a lot of or it's volatile to where it's a lot of buys and or sales.
But you're not.
And when you
yeah, you're
I'm not getting
correct.
it.
But no, you're correct, but you're not understanding the formula of moving averages. You're not understanding the formula of those indicators that you're using. Those indicators, formulas that you're using is when price are what? Closed. So they calculate open price and close price. And what is price action itself? Price actions is just buyers and sellers, even robots, buyers and sellers of the market, buying and selling. So open and close price. So my question is to you, you say you day trade, right? Nothing wrong with that. But how would you predetermine volume if your indicators, because each dot, because I'm moving averages works like this, each dot that is created after it calculates the open and close price of the price action that you're using. Not that you're using, that the market that you're in. So it's actually
okay. Are you saying like how would I know that it's going to be volatile?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I do the same routine. I go to the market and I look up, like right now, after hours, what's been actually going on as far as who's been popping, and then I'll look at the price, see what price I like, and then I strike. It's just that easy. I start looking into bam, with it. Go ahead.
Do it for those. Just put ticket symbol those, so then we can build off of it.
Okay, we go to lows. It doesn't matter what stock it is. It works for everything.
Okay, cool. Can you go at, let me see, 2015?
On the 15 minute?
It doesn't matter, 15 minute, 1 hour. Just go at year 2015.
Oh, 2015. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then what I want you to do is I want you to stay on this screen, and for the rest of the guys on the screen, I want you to shit, how would I do that? What I want them to do is look at the data set that I was using and leave you do the price action so that they can see what I'm trying to make you see. Because if
I'm trying to see what you're trying to make me see.
All right, cool. So we got 2015, right?
Yeah, you can't see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen, but like zoom in to a point that you will start doing your RSI, overbought, oversold, MACD, divergence, like do your bill.
Well, my RSI is down at the bottom in the orange. If you see it, where it has the 30 and the 70, and then the MACD is right up above it. I got a lot of things on here. I could take it all off, and we can go little by little if you
No,
want.
keep them on. Just
Yeah,
start.
I got a lot of things that help me read the charts to understand what's going on and where I need to buy or sell at.
Okay, cool. So just start at whatever date you want to do, and let's go through the dates and go through the weeks. Would you buy? Would you sell? Would you buy? Would you sell?
Okay. All right. So you want to start at 2015?
2015, 2016.
Okay, 2016. All right. What at the bottom?
Yeah, 2015, 2016.
Right there, right?
Yeah.
What do you want to look at?
No, just go through like how you would day trade it and stuff. Like, would you buy? Would you sell? Would you buy? Would you sell?
I have no idea because I wouldn't look at it on this type of chart. I wouldn't look at it on a weekly basis. I would look
Okay,
at
look
it.
at it on yeah, go ahead.
So if I'm going to trade, I'm going to at the most, I'm going to the 4 hour. And then the 4 hours going to tell me what's actually been going on within the last 6 months. So it really wouldn't need to. I wouldn't need to go that far back if I'm day trading. But if I was going to be on the page of where I'm looking at this company for a long term, then yeah, I would go that far back. And if I go that far back, I see that it went from 50 something dollars. Where is that? It went from 50 something dollars over here, 54.94, right? Above the 200, and it's been rocking above the 200 this whole time with one under clause, and that was when it was on the page of the pandemic. So in reality, it's a long-term company if I'm looking at it like that. If I want to day trade it, because it's a long-term company, it could help me. I mean, there's different strategy you could do on that too, because I could actually start being on the page. Okay, boom. What's the catalyst of it today? What's the fundamentals? Has it been on the page of where people aren't really buying too much? Like how you were saying, appliances and stuff like that to be building homes and properties. Has it been any kind of thing that they said as far as on the news with docking people? Is it on the page of where they fired so many people? Like all of these things are catalysts for today's trade type of thing.
But then
I'm not looking at it.
Okay,
Huh?
when you say you look at the news, right? Why would you say it's facts?
Why would I what?
You said when you say you will look at the news and all these things, all of those things then is the right thing to do, right? But would you consider these things then coincident or lagging?
A coincidence or what?
Coincident to the market. Would these things then, like the news that you watch, like they're firing people, would you think that it's already priced in the market?
I don't pay attention to like I hear the hype. So the hype is what gets retailers going. and it's on the page of where this is where the money marketers are on the page of scoping things out and looking for what to buy. Some of these hypes are on the page of where money marketers bought people to say certain things, or bought people to put in certain tweets, or bought people to put certain writings into the news. So no, I don't look at it as far as like I'm believing into it. I'm looking for the volatility. This is a day trading thing. The day trading thing, you're looking for the most volatile market. You go to I already showed you, you know what I'm saying? If I'm looking ahead of time as far as from today and what I'm gonna do tomorrow, I'll probably look at the aftermarket of what happened today for tomorrow on the after the market close. But other than that, I'm not trying to like learn the company and study. Some of them I've been trading it so many times that I kind of know the companies. But no, I'm not trying to be like where I gotta memorize it or learn these companies like that. Like, no, it has nothing to do with the day trade.
And what I'm trying to make you see is that you're answering your question, but you're not really understanding what you're saying. So what I'm saying is, you said tweets, people tricking the market, whatever the case be. What is the information you think that they're using? Because
Hype.
again, we
They're
understand
using
this.
hype. I'm telling you what they're using. They're using hype. So
You see
the
they're using
information could be anything that's surrounding hype. So like say for instance, right now with with SoundHound, right? SoundHound has no they've only made one major sale since they've been in the game, or since they IPO, and it's been on the page of where the only time, like now they're getting hype, but the only reason why they're hype is because of the AI news. So it depends on what the hype is, but it's all about hype.
What I wanted to do was I wanted to leave you to your day trading setup, right? And give the other guys in the chat this data, right? So then they can see what you're doing was kind of a waste of time. Why did I say that? It's because of this. We already established that housing starts precedes the market a year at least in advance. So by the time you recognize volume, we already recognize volume months ahead of time. That's what I said.
That would make it that, but wouldn't that make it better for the day trade?
Grand opening, grand closing, but you would never be able to identify the increase.
I'm not getting what you I mean, I get it. Like, I mean, I'm in agreement with it because that's basically what I said. But I mean, the only thing that you're saying is like what you have to study longer to be. I mean, you have to look at the chart longer to be on the page of day trading better.
No. The data, because remember, what is housing starts?
I'm still stuck. Maybe I'm the slow one in this one because I'm not catching.
Okay, anyone else want to chime in?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What is housing starts? What is this data representing?
So if you go to the data, it should say expected jump of 21% month on month year seasonal adjustment analysis. So they expect the actual housing market to jump.
Okay, right. Remember, they expect the housing market to jump because what? Housing start after we get permits, right?
Right.
So after we get permits, we have housing starts, right? Remember, we have a 12 to 9 month lead on the market, right? So then when my brother is going now to day trade lows, how would he identify the intake in price of volume? How would he do so? Using moving averages, using MACDs, using RSI, while we already know outside looking in that this is the macro movement of the market. That's what I'm trying to make him understand. You will never see day to day, chart to chart, in the moment in time.
I get that. Yeah, I mean, that's common sense. Because if you put it on a weekly or a monthly, you can't really see what's going on in the day to day.
That's what
That's
I'm
kind of,
saying.
So
but
you
that's,
saying
come on,
is
brother.
is it this a lagging indicator, if anything? A forward looking lagging.
Exactly my point.
So the move
MMAs, moving averages, MACDs, RSIs are lagging indicators because what? They calculate price open and price close.
close, yeah. So
Before we even get to price open and price close, we already have a 12-month to 9-month window that we know as investors, like, hey, listen, housing is going to go up. Why is my brother day trading? If we know since 2015, housing market is up, is making higher highs. So
Then
now
that
that
means
you
you
have,
want to wait. If it's making higher highs and you're looking at it and understanding that it's going to go up next month, wouldn't that make even more sense to day trade to get more? If you're so for sure just by using this, that would mean that you don't even need to look at what's going on today or the news. You could look at that and you'll be day trading every day because you know it's going up according to what
but
the
son,
way that you're saying it.
he's trying to say before you actually make that day trade, you're missing out on potential gains. So let's say if you plot it and your goal is get 20%, like you said, out of the market. Well, you're gonna miss roughly what, probably like 180% out of the market if you get out too early. Like, yeah, you got your 20%, but you still missed out on, 180% out of a total of 200%.
Oh yeah, that's a definite. It's been plenty of trades where I missed out on a whole lot, but I stay stomped down to my rules. It doesn't make a difference, and then that way I don't lose.
I mean,
I
I mean,
mean,
you still not,
everybody's different. That's why I say, like, my thing is the way I play, and the way I play it works. It could be more, it could be less, but as long as I make that 20%, that's all. That's all that matters to me as far as that. Everybody's different. But when it comes to my trading, that's what I do to know for sure I'm going to make my quota for the day.
I mean, but I still feel like you're kind of missing the point. I mean, like maybe with more time
I'm
on
not
the
missing the point. You're saying that it's a better way to do it to where you can possibly make more. And you're right. But if my discipline doesn't lead me to that, why would I even try that?
But what I'm trying to show you is that in the real market, right, when you're day trading, right, that concept of, okay, 20%, maybe 20 pips, 30 pips, and I'm out. You will never be able to control that because what? First of all, you're going against robots.
Wait, what? Wait, hold up. So name a day, I mean, besides pandemic and all that, even then, name a day where the market where there was no company that didn't rise past 20%.
My brother, that's the wrong, you're
Come
asking
on,
the wrong
because
question.
the way listen, I listen real good. And I
Mm-hmm.
understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that it's a better way to look at it to where you get more gains by looking at it from the long haul of what the structure is actually doing. I get it. And it would
Mm-hmm.
knock my 20% out the way, and I would make more if I look at it in that way. I get it. But it's on the
Mm-hmm.
page of if you see it like that, then it should be on the page of cool. You should day trade every day and use that same strategy. And you shouldn't even be looking at how you can lose. But if you're saying that it's not going to work and some days it's going to lose, like I've heard that bullshit so many times, from watching different people on YouTube, and they always say, "Oh, you can't make," like somebody was trying to say that it was a person that was on the page that only wanted to make it 2%, and then I heard somebody on the thing say you can't do 2% a day, and I was like, "What?" It's no way that you can't make your quota if you stay stomped down to it. Now, if your quota is on the page, I'm trying to make 100% or something like that. That's drastic. That's different. But if you're trying to say that there's no company that that it's going to be a day where it's no company. I mean, it's no company that makes past 20%. You're crazy. If you go on your top gainers every morning, you're going to see what you can actually day trade in. And so when you talk, I get what you're saying, how you can make more money. That's not what I'm on. I'm not even trying to stick to these companies. I'm only being on the page of, hey, I go to my top gainer. I see what's actually volatile for the day. I look at the prices and I strike. I don't know what's so complicated about that.
Okay.
I mean, if it's complicated or if you feel like it's wrong, I'm really trying to understand how that's wrong or how that somehow doesn't work.
What I'm trying to make you see or understand is the concept of
and it might be because my outlook is different, because on this, I am an autodidact and I'm self-taught. So I wasn't on the page where I took classes to learn certain things or be on that page. I just know what works and I stayed on that page.
No,
so that's why I say I'm open to listen and learn.
I was about to say, but a trader, man, you still got to revolve. You still got to, that one
I just
strategy
said
is
that.
going to hit. No, I'm just saying that one strategy is good for so long.
Yeah, that's why I told you. I mean, I don't know if y'all be listening, but that's why I said I had started doing the long term. Like I went into the whole thing as far as how I started in the beginning, how I took my break, how I ended up making chips, and how I started studying. I came up with a plan. It started working. I've been using it ever since, and I've been perfecting it ever since then. I can go in the ins and outs of it. I can actually show people on as we trading, this shit works. So, but it gets back to what we were talking about earlier, as far as blacks coming together. It's hard for blacks to come together because a lot of times we don't want to hear other people's ideas, especially if it's a different idea or opposing idea.
I hear you, brother, but what I'm trying to tell you is that I started the way you started, and I could tell you, you may not believe me, but Wall Street is tricking you into believing that you have some concept of a strategy. So what I'm trying to make you understand is that, like the brother pointed out, moving averages, MACDs, RSLs are lagging indicators, right? Yes, the market moves 20%, but what is your probability of you capturing those 20% Monday through Friday, 365? You see? And then
what is the probability of me what?
What's the probability of you capturing 20 pips, 30 pips, 20%, whatever is your strategy? What is the probability of you capturing these moves 365? 5 trading days in a week, right? The probability.
That part I don't know, because there's so many things that actually happens from year to year. I don't even trade every day because I actually got a business. I run another company, so there's a lot of things I do in the middle. So it's kind of hard for me to actually get to trading every day. So I'll be on the page if, like, say for instance, tomorrow I'm going to be doing my day trading. And I'll wake up at 3 a.m. I'll wake up at 3 a.m. and I'll look at the top gainers. I'll see what's been doing, what's volatile and what's been doing a lot of movement. I look at the price and see if it's the price I like, so I can strike. I see what the if it's something I like as far as the price, then I start looking into the 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, and all that stuff. It's real simple and it's real easy. I don't know how anybody could fuck it up. If you really if you really want to be serious about it, I really don't know how nobody could fuck it up. Because if it doesn't have the right setup, then you don't trade. It's fucking
But
simple.
what I'm trying to show you is that again, Wall Street is tricking people into thinking that these strategies work. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. Right?
I believe it, and they tricked the shit out of me because it's working. I don't know what else to tell you. Like that shit's really working on that page. Because I mean, it's almost like me, like if somebody's working a 9 to 5 and they've been working their job and they living comfortable. And I'm telling them like, man, you need to create a business. That shit ain't gonna work. That like, hey, I know you got a nice house now, and I know you got a good car, and I know you got all of this stuff, but that ain't gonna work in the long run. You need to quit that job and start a business and this and that. And no one's hearing that if it's actually working for them. And I get what you're saying, but you have to actually show me how it's not working for me, or it's not going to work.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, can you break this down for me? Know what this is?
It looks like it says frequency, range, probabilities. Okay, so it's a chart that you did as far as your percentages and averages.
It's what we call standard deviation. Anyone in the chat knows what standard deviation is? Or in the panel knows what standard deviation is? Or bell curve?
Nah, I forgot. I know what you're talking about though.
Okay, cool. So basically what I did right here is I computed, right, your returns if you would day trade every single day in one of the most volatile asset class that we have, which is the S&P 500. And the probabilities and the cumulative probabilities are your outcomes with the mean and the standard distribution. So whenever someone tells me, listen, I day trade and I make money, all I have to do is run a standard deviation and I can call a bluff. And this is what I'm trying to make you understand, but I'm not trying to make you say like, okay, cool, like, you don't know anything about the market. I'm just trying to offer your scholarship in the sense of, if you want to believe me, you could believe me. If you want to stick true your strategy, your school, what I'm trying to make you understand is I started the way you started. I believe in the idea of the books teaching me how to be an investor. But when you ask the question,
I never said no shit like that.
no. I'm not saying you're saying.
I never said that. I never said I used the book. I said I'm an autodidact. I never said I used the books to teach me how to trade.
No problem. But what I'm saying is the knowledge that you have, I can get it on a free PDF. And I'm not discrediting your knowledge, brother. Just hear me out. The whole world, YouTube included, you could type in MACDs, you could type in moving averages, you could type in RSIs. The whole world know that trading concept that you're doing. But why isn't the whole world successful doing it?
What? Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is where it kind of throws me off, because it sounds almost like those YouTube gurus on stock, where they're using, it's almost like reverse manipulation. Because when you put it on there, like we're talking about day trading, right? You put on there what could go for like the S&P or whatever the case may be if a person traded that. And even if you did trade just the stock, like, you know what I'm saying, where you're only buying stock for stock, right? What I was telling you, even if you're only buying stock for stock, there is no time where it wasn't. I mean, well, there's times, but there's no time where you can see in the recent where there hasn't been a company that went over 20%. And even if you don't do that, if you're on the page of where you just get into something like a firm that only goes within $2 to $3, that won't go up past 10 to 15% on a stock for stock basis, you can buy those options and go up 200 to 300% with that same stock only going in between 10%. So I don't understand what you're saying when you say that it's hard for somebody to do it. It's about discipline and how you actually play the game. It's a difference. When you start making it seem like everybody has to do it the same way, and there's money, of course everybody knows that there's money marketers that's out there trying to hoodwink people. This is when we start talking about them investing into different companies to give them false news or to just throw our hype out there. But that has nothing to do with the trade. That has zero to do with the trade.
You're putting the manipulators only in the aspect of information, but you're not realizing the information that you're using is part of the game itself. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I know it's hard to digest and believe because, like, who is this random guy with all these things and whatever the case may be. But I'm trying to tell you that that's part of the game in itself. Because remember, day trading is up and down. Yes, the stock moved 20% in a given day, fair or both up or down. But did you capture that move? Yes or no? And I have a probability of 0.095% you did not.
Okay, well, that's what you feel. I mean, then this means I mean, I really don't hit that big, but this means I gotta hit big as I must be hitting big as hell every time I do hit. Doesn't make sense. Like, no, not at all. But I feel you, and I feel that you studied up and you you trying your best to be on the same way as everybody else and the way they think about how the market should be ran. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? Some people have different ideas and a lot of people don't like it or they don't think that it would be valid based on them looking at past history and understanding that we're in a different market and we're in a different type of trading. It's like I say this every time when when we have our talks. It's on the page of now. People can trade within seconds. Something that before the last 5 to 10 years, it was something that never ever happened before. So to be able to trade within seconds, to be able to have a discipline, to be able to have a strategy makes a big difference versus just being on the page of just following trades or just jumping out there because you see it's volatile. So now I'm going to jump in there, not knowing where to jump in at. I'm just jumping in because I see it going up. And then that's how you lose. So you're right. But if you have tactics and you actually using a strategy, it doesn't work like that, brother. I guarantee you. So, I mean, I'm a living proof. So I mean, it really doesn't make a difference. This is when we get back to what we was talking about earlier, where how do you get people to want to hear what you got to say and stuff like that. The people that's in my family, it's easy to teach them because they see it. Outside people, they only want to believe what they want to believe, and it's going to be on the page. Even if you do see something, it's like, okay, well, I'll just make up why he got it. Whereas, like, literally before this, when I was on the conscious community thing, I was broke as hell, and then I started making a whole lot of money with this. So I mean, doing it my way. It's not like I'm I'm in the 6 digits or over the stock or nothing like that. Oh, within the last few years that I've been doing it, but it's been very prosperous. And my style of trading has been very prosperous. And anybody that disputes it, I'm willing to have that conversation. But when it comes to where you just telling me like all I gotta do is follow this, and I don't believe it that it works for you, that's not gonna work because I got proof. I'm living proof. I put shit on the damn in our group chats on what I do. Like it's not gonna work for me as far as convincing me that.
Hey brother, do you follow Anton Creel? Because this is what he does too.
I don't even know who that is. Who?
You don't know
Anton
who
Quill is I think he used to work for a hedge fund, right?
Yeah, he used to work for Goldman Sachs. One of his programs does the same probability thing that you're talking about right now on which trades, how to find optimal trades to grasp the whole, 20%, stuff like that. He has a stock, he has
Be
an
honest.
option one.
To be honest, like I said, I'm an autodidact. So I started like listening to news. Like I have my headphones on, I had the computer going, I had the TV screen going, and I have my phone going at the same time, listening to a bunch of stuff, catching different things, writing down notes. Like it's a bunch of things that got me to the point to where I'm at now, to my understanding of it. I even wrote my whole diary of I think it was one of the brothers, Jermaine, was telling me I shouldn't be writing stuff, but I even wrote a thing on where I messed up at in the back and where I made money at in the background. And so it was on the page of keeping this as a note and really reading it to collect my thoughts as far as having a mental note on what to do and what not to do to make the trades easier. That's what it's all about. So it makes a difference. It's just about how you invest. Everything is an investment strategy, and some of us got strategies and some of us don't. And the ones that don't is the ones that he's talking about that lose a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon, I'm going back to the Anton Quill thing. Basically, what I'm trying to show the brother is that strictly like straight to shoot, like I'm a straight shooter. That strategy he's using, not to discredit the brother, everyone on YouTube is using that same strategy, and no one is successful doing it. Yes, you may have 1,000 day, 1,000 pip move, 200, whatever the case may be, but long term, we already know what's the outcome, right? So it's like it doesn't really make sense to like. I mean, if you know, you know. If you haven't reached there as yet, it's cool, no problem. But I know that you would reach there because it's designed for failure, right? It's designed. Now, Brandon was asking me about Anton Field, like when you want to ask.
Brandon, I think he's talking to you.
No, I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
No, he said, what do you want to ask about Antoine Creel?
No, the strategy that he's coming up with trying to find the mean and mode and all this other stuff, and probability is similar to what he has. And I was saying that, I got a course from him and he teaches the same exact thing, trying to grab the best optimal trade and, trying to, instead of grabbing small wins, small victories, grab that big giant victory. And I'm guessing you only trade probably 15 times out of the year, or do you trade every day? I know you don't trade every day if you do this.
No, basically what it is like I bumped into Anton Creel like early on in my investment journeys. Um, he's all right. I never really delved much into his stuff. He was I think teaching others about some other things, but basically it's the way um these professionals traders invest, right? What they do, they use formulas, right?
Right.
And based on these formulas that they will compute outcomes. They will use data, they will use formulas, things like that. I don't know if you guys know a the Bloomberg terminal.
Terminals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So with the Bloomberg terminals, they get direct source to the information. So charts, formulas, the whole nine, right? And if you study a hedge fund in the way they work with teams. So they have financial guys, they have quant guys, they have all type of guys on the team just to create a trade, right? So me coming off of the whole price action thing, moving averages, all of that, going into the more professional route, I realized that these guys use a team of different concepts, right? Just to make a trade. So that would led me to start to study and ask different questions to get different coupons. And then when I was in that world, I started to meet the Ray Dalios, the so-called professional hedge fund guys, the Warren Buffett, and I realized even in them itself, yes, there's strategies, the term strategies, but no one in the professional world is talking about price action.
Mm.
No one in the professional world is talking about, hey, yesterday the MACD crossed at this and that. No one in the professional world is talking.
Hey Mo, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you.
But
see what I mean?
why do you think that?
Hold on, hey Sonny, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's all.
What was the last thing you said, man? I mean, you broke up a little bit.
I said no one in the professional world is talking the way that we're talking right now. All price action, moving averages, across the 200-day, King's Crown formation last week. No one in the professional world is talking like that. Everyone is a professional world is talking about macro, big data, formulations, economics, policies. That's how the professionals are talking. That's what smart money is doing.
So yeah, okay. So yeah, looking at the bigger picture first and then shrinking it down to certain sectors and then potentially grabbing the biggest move out of a certain sector, given the market
Because what
sentiment
you're
at the
doing
time.
is right, because what you're doing, you're trying to increase your probability of winning. That's all
Right.
you're trying to do. You see what I mean? That's all you're trying to do. And when I grab that concept that, hey, everyone is doing it in the professional world, that's when I start to understood the conversations of what they were having.
Okay. Are you trading stocks?
what I
Are you doing futures? Or not futures, but forex?
I'm doing everything. Whatever the
Okay.
market is in, I try to like go with the market. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's
So
why
you
I'm
trade.
like, I'm watching Bitcoin, like I'm watching it, but I'm not invested in it as yet because I don't really feel it has the thing I need for it to go bullish as yet.
So what are some of the catalysts that you need for Bitcoin to go to 150 like they say?
I mean, when the market turns around, when there's growth and when there's inflation, when there's liquidity, when we go back to better GDP days, I would say.
That's when you would get into Bitcoin.
That's when I would go pause in on Bitcoin, Ethereum, layer 2, layer 1s, the whole nine. That's when I would do it. That's when I would risk more. You see what I mean? But for right now, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, do you ever take advantage of some of the day trade opportunities though? With knowing the knowledge that you have and being able to understand the market or behavior or fundamentals, whatever. Do you ever take advantage of some of the especially with the SPY?
Okay, so let's get started on
I don't want to
still up?
sound like a hypocrite, but it's like I only day trade. If I would day trade, I would day trade cryptos because cryptos has a higher volatility. You see what I mean? So it's a difference. You see what I mean? Because if I put volatility against volatility of stocks and cryptos surpass stocks.
Only
Still
in the
up.
aspect of volatility, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
only in the aspect of volatility, but volatility does not mean bullish. It means bullish or bearish. But anyway,
This means it's
How do you go bearish on crypto?
no, we can't go bearish on crypto. So we can only buy. I mean, there's other platforms where you could do the whole bearish thing, but on a normal platform like Binance or the case where you can only buy.
I was playing Anton Creel in the background. Is that what I was hearing? Anton Creel?
Yeah, that was me. I was looking at one of his old videos.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
the option thing.
Oh, okay.
And Anton Creel, he's a professional, so it's like
Yeah.
you're gonna bump in. Like once you start to go that route, that's when you start to see the conversation differently. You see what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he used to work for Goldman Sachs, so you know all that stuff, man.
So that's what I'm trying to get the conversation on that level, on that higher level, where it's like you kind of like show with the old and kind of go in with the new. So then when we're on that new vibe, then we can get serious and really like, okay, cool, okay, what works, what don't work. Okay, let's go this direction, let's do this like this. But this concept about
retail traders.
fighting about, okay, cool, like, oh, yesterday I made 2 pips, 20 pips, 10 pips, or whatever the case would be, is like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't that's the part I don't like because it's like you're making it seem like it's only one way to trade. And then you already said that you used to do the what I was on, right? I guarantee you wasn't. Because if you was, it'd be different. And I actually got proof of my shit and I actually showed my shit. But it's on the page of there ain't no one. I agree with what you were talking about right now as far as like how to trade and how Antoine had taught you how to trade and stuff. Like I could see that, and it makes sense. The difference is I'm not a biased person, so I can see that. But in actuality, like with me telling you, not only telling you, like there's people that could tell you that I show proof of how I actually do this shit and it actually works. And for you to tell me that no, it's not going to work, it doesn't work, and this and that, I used to do it like you and this and that, I doubt it. I mean, because you didn't even understand what I was talking about as far as the price action and what I'm actually looking for when I buy in and when I take out, and why I'm only doing 20%. Like for you not to understand that part and say, yeah, I used to do it like you, I doubt it.
again, brother, is like what I'm trying to make you understand is that I'm not trying to make you feel bad. Like I'm just trying to like help you so your journey could be more fruitful than mine, right? Again, moving averages is moving averages, not because they cross, right? That would mean you should do one thing. Because again, moving averages calculates the open and close of the price. The price in itself is a lie. So that's what I'm trying to make you understand. Like your whole framework, like you know the market, and that's the frustrating thing I'm trying to make you like you know the market, but it's just you're so stuck in your ways to where it's like, oh, I made a
I'm
content.
just stuck on what works, and it's like I can see your way. Like say for instance, like how I've been doing the long term lately, right? Like I can see your way if I'm looking at it long term. Like how you was talking about the people that are heavy players in the game, and they probably don't talk about day trading or stuff like that. They probably do talk about long terms, but that is their strategy. On one hand, people that do have a whole lot of money, they can't invest into the same stuff that I invest into, because if they do, it would heavily manipulate that one stock. Like, say if I'm getting into something that might be a 500 to, I mean, a 5 million to 50 million market cap, and it might have some news that hyped it up. The volatility that's in that for the pre-market is really false. So I'm just actually I'm looking for where I'm going to jump in just to get my 20%. And I don't understand where you say it can't happen. That's crazy, because it happens every day.
You're not understanding me. Not because you win at blackjack means that you're successful at blackjack. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. Not because you won yesterday, that would make you successful.
I'm talking about every time when I trade, brother. Like you making it seem like this is impossible. And I'm really confused on how it is impossible. And the only way it's impossible is if you do like how it sounds like you be doing. Like, I'm gonna follow this trade, and I see these people doing it, or it looks volatile right here, so I'm just gonna jump in. When no, you have strategies, you have actual pinpoint strategies that you use to actually see if this is what you're gonna trade in. And it's kind of hard for me to understand that you don't get that.
What
I
makes
think he's talking about more of a probability trade. You're not hitting 20% every day. I guarantee that.
I
If you
don't
was,
trade every day, brother. Like
I'm just
that.
saying
That's the only.
hypothetically though, if you was trading
I don't
every
trade
day,
every day,
you
and
wouldn't be hitting 20.
I don't trade every day. And like, say for instance this, right? I don't trade every day, and the days I do trade, it depends on if I even need the money back right then and there. Because some platforms I trade off of with different things to make money on different things. So if I need money right then and there, I might trade off of Cash App, and just so I can get that money today. And it might be on the page of where it's more than 20%. Because I'm not looking for that get in, get out. I'm looking for some actual I have a quota that I'm actually looking for. So it might be different, but that's when we had them conversations as far as 1,000 shares bring $10. I mean, if you got 1,000 shares, it's $10 for every penny, or 10,000 shares, it's $100 every penny. That's when we had that conversation.
Sonny,
What's up?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I mean, I get what I'm saying. It's working for me. So I mean,
no. I don't think he's saying it's not working. I think what he trying to map out. I don't know, Brandon. Was you talking? My bad, bro. Go ahead.
No. You good. Go ahead.
I was just saying. I think what's being misconveyed is, I think the way what he's talking about is how you structure and frame a trade, opposed to doing your strategy. Like, I don't think there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. I think, you're doing what works. But I think he has a whole concept how you structure a trade. And I think that's where it's been y'all misconveying.
That's where I had agreed with him when I said that, because that's when I said earlier, I said that trade, it sounds cool for the long term. And it sounds like I would be more profitable on that. But I'm still disciplined on my 20%. Right. That's right. What we got. And then he started talking about that ain't gonna work and you can't get 20. And I'm like, what? Okay, cool.
Can we do a case study? Can we do a hold on, let me open up my laptop.
Who was that, Mo? You still up?
Yeah.
Man, I was thinking the same thing. Like, Mo still up? What the hell she still doing up?
Oh, I know. Hey,
don't listen to him, Brooks Trader. Don't listen to him.
I know why she's still up, y'all.
Why she up?
He ain't gonna tell y'all what happened today, but I go
ahead. Mo, what happened? What'd you do? You did something.
Let me show you.
Now this is funny. Remember in Cancun, Mo?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Okay, so we were just a little bit off topic. We was talking about relationships and whatnot, right? So I was like, Mo,
kick the man out the house.
I was like,
kick somebody out the house.
She gonna pull it up. Oh no, Mo, you cold. Mo, you cold, man.
I'm that person Sonny was talking about earlier. Sonny said, don't be buying, spending your money on them cars.
hey, look at Mo, man. I'm happy for Mo, because me and Mo, and the other sister, we was all at the table. I was like, Mo, you gonna have to release some of that control, man, if you want to get a band. Well, she proved me wrong. So she got her boo thing.
Nah, she released some of it. She eased back on it.
Yeah, she don't tell us that, but you know.
For me?
Yeah, Mo, look at you, right?
Wait, who's that light skinned girl right there? Wait, put them pictures back.
Oh, he talking about Sherry.
My Sherry.
He talking about Sherry.
Oh, okay. I know.
No, you better be coming with a bag. You think I'm bad?
Yeah, Sherry don't play, man. You got to come with some money.
I don't make enough.
Look,
You better come with W-2 in hand when you talking to Sherry.
Forget that, Sonny. You a high value man. Forget all that, bro.
You know how to make money.
I ain't never said nothing like that. I might be high value on the block because of the stock.
You know how to make money. We ain't tripping off that like that. And
No,
if you just sitting back and just chilling and ain't doing nothing, then you got a problem. You ain't even gonna start. We ain't even going there. Chris tripping. Chris talking about making funny because my whip. No, you know what? You know, I had the other Genesis.
Oh, tell them how you got that one. Tell them how you got your other Genesis.
Well, you always gotta bring up old stuff.
No, man, because people don't think people don't think we make money with this stuff, man. And
my first Genesis. Oh yeah, because I started trading. Well, I started trading, and I used my profits. I used my profits. I was a beginner. I only listen, I'm me and Sonny on the same level. I'm trying to learn what I want to do both though. You know, I want to be able to do some day trading. I want to be able to set the trade up. That's why I'm gonna get on my laptop because I want to do something real quick. But I started trading and I made profits. I made a lot of profits on Moderna during the pandemic because I understood the callus. And when those companies started talking about vaccines and everybody started throwing out the different companies that were going to do vaccines, I watched how the government and Moderna was dealing. And being that I'm in the federal contracting, I know once the feds get locked into a company, that's just like with Ford,
but sorry to cut you off now, but that's not day trade anymore. That's something else, because remember, you're using the information to guide you into that trade. You're not opening the chart, seeing it ahead and shoulder, seeing a double top, seeing a moving average, and then trading. You're getting the information, long-term information. You're getting the fundamentals first, then you're going in to the investment. If I'm mistaken it.
Okay, well, no, I mean, y'all correct me if correct me because I may be using the terminology incorrectly, but that's how
you did that. You did that too. You did the trading too, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to both. But what he's saying is I got the information before I did the actual trade. I did, which is true. But that's the way African Emporium taught us, is to do your due diligence, ask the 4 questions before you get into any trade. And
what are those 4 questions?
And the who, what, when, and why.
What, when, where, why.
Well, it. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
So we all, I don't think nobody on the panel don't do no due diligence before they get in a trade, because even the way Sonny's talking, he don't just hit the chart. He actually get up pre-market, he read, he does all the fundamentals. He pride himself on fundamentals. But I think maybe we just probably our terminology is a little ratchet because we kind of make it relate to us, and we probably do need to upskill and make sure we're using the terminology correctly. So yes, I did have information prior to, but let me understand what you're saying so I can better communicate what I'm saying. You said that if you get the information first, which is
understanding the fundamentals, checking out the behavior, understanding what's going on in the world. That's not day trading. Are you saying that day trading is open up the chart, look at the technicals? Are you saying if you only check the technical is the day trading, but if you seek information prior to the technicals, or what's that called?
No, it's like this, right?
Yeah, share.
Say
I'm
we're
trying to understand it.
let's say we're breaking down. Let's say trading the market is like fishing, right? Boom. There's different strategies on fishing. Some people use a bigger lure, some people use a sinker, some people may use this type of bait, some people may use live bait. Each um, tool you use will give you a different outcome. Okay. When you
Right.
list the market, we all agree that information, right, is the highest part of the game. Okay, we all agree, right?
Right, because it creates the calories. Yeah, it'll give you the calories that you're looking for to make it. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if we break down a candlestick, for instance, let me just make it down to the simplest form. What is a candlestick? A candlestick is the open and close price, right?
Right.
When you read a candlestick, all you see is the information on people buying and people selling.
Right.
Moving averages, the formula to calculate a moving average is the opening price, close, that's when you get the first dot, creates the first line in the moving averages. A moving average is not an indicator that would tell you where future price is going. So the strategy that my brother is doing about, okay, let's say the 150 crosses 200, that's not the catalyst that makes that chart bullish. The catalyst that makes that chart bullish is the fundamentals, which is the information, which is the data, not moving averages, not MACDs, and not RSIs. These things are byproducts of the closing price or opening price. So what I'm saying is, yes, you can maybe make 20% on that day, but you're playing at a disadvantage because what? You're going into the conversation not knowing what people are talking about, trying to piece together what's going on by watching news, but you don't even know these news are related to the bigger picture. That's what I'm trying to make him see. Like, he knows the market, right? He knows it, but he's not able to piece together the puzzle.
Can I say something real quick?
But I think, Sonny, you are piecing the puzzle because
Yeah, because I was gonna say
you talk
you
about
basically use
fundamentals. I think,
all
Sonny,
the
in this
time.
conversation, you have not fully disclosed your method. I think you spoke on the charts, but that's not how you normally relay that conversation. Normally you say, you get up, you study, you read, you research, because we talked about, I don't think it was last week, I think it was the week before last, and we were talking about Tesla and Ford, and you went in this whole rant about Tesla. I think you, in this conversation, I don't think you are disclosing all the information, which is leading.
No, I am.
trader.
I don't. I think it's just that people only hearing it one way. Because I've been said that I always start off with talking about how fundamentals outweigh the technicals, and I said that when we first
And
started
that's
talking
what
about. Yeah, I said
but
that
that's
when we
what
first
he's
started talking about the
saying.
red line. So these things should be understandable. Where the whole thing is everything that he's saying. The reason why I agree with it is because he's saying exactly what I'm saying, but he's using it against me. Like, I'm not saying that. Like, I don't just jump up and look for technicals and that's it. Like, that's crazy.
I
I
think
was
you're
giving you
compromising.
example. Go
Now
ahead.
I did, but I want to, let me see. I'm gonna get on my phone because I want to map this out. I want to use I want you to tell me. I want Brooks traded. I want to use something as a case study, like a maybe we could use since I brought up Ford. and they just did something with Tesla. Maybe we can use that like a case study. I want to be able to map. I want to be able. Okay, so earlier, so when we talked about PPI, CPI, PMI. Um, those are the three charts I heard you discuss, and I may have missed something in between. And in discussing those charts, let me see if I could get on. We were looking at the charts because I think I almost caught on Sunday, but I'm a little remedial learner, so I have to repeat things. Did it let me in? Hold on. All right. So if hold on, I gotta get off one of these things.
But really quick, but Brandon, that Anton Green, I think you should like look into him. He's good. He has some good work, but look into him, man.
Got you.
Who you looking into, Brandon?
Anton Grill.
Oh, that's the man. Ain't that's the what AE play all the time?
Yeah.
Okay, so Brooks Trader, so let's do a case study. So we were I heard someone say it's earnings season coming up. Let me share my screen. And we were so what's the first place? So if you were talking to us as a beginner, what would be the first thing if we were trying to approach well, we already know you mentioned we're in a bear market, right? And we see that from, I think you had brought up the PMI with it, because the PMI chart is what you determine kind of where we are, right? Did I saying that right?
Something along the lines. So basically, the PMI, how I use the PMI is basically like a level, like a green and red level. So whenever manufacturing pulls the red level, production stops, jobs will slow, and then to really see it in the market, you would have to like wait. But the problem within that is like that's when I forgot who asked me is like, are we going to recession or the case may be? By the time the recession happens, it's already too late. If I don't know if I explained it right.
Right. Oh, what's going on with this thing? Oh, my computer going slow. Right. I was gonna bring that chart up. So with that being said, based on the chart, because I think you said you're not in anything right now, right? You're not really trading right now.
No, I got some ideas and stuff, but
Right. So what would be some indicators for you to start looking at things? I know. Oh, what happened? Oh, my computer changed screens on me.
I mean, look, what we can do, we can break down the black consumer. We can break down the black consumer, but yeah, we already know the black consumer. Like I think Sonny was alluding to, we spend money on cars, we spend this and that, whatever. We are the consumers in the market, right?
Right.
So we already know if the black man is not spending, what would happen to demand in the system? What would happen to GDP in the system? If we know by proxy, we are the buyers of the market. Where do we look when it comes to that information?
Well, where do we look? I don't
We will look for
know.
like things like
It
retail.
wouldn't be consumer report.
I would.
It's
No,
not under consumer report.
No, we will go into the sector like retail sales.
That's what I was gonna say before you say retail sales. I was gonna say the only time I know when to look is when it's almost time to shop during the holidays. Then I go to retail.
See, we will see
So
yeah,
retail. So that information, is that the same? I mean, we would get that from the consumer, from the
The Bureau of Labor Statistics website?
Yeah, you could get retail sales there. You could get retail sales at Fed, St. Louis Fed. You could get retail sales at but I pay for a data company that gives you this information, so I pay for it. So they wrap it out nicely for me in a chart. I don't know what you guys use, but there's some services you can pay for data, like large data. So like it's like a smaller Bloomberg terminal. It's not expensive as a Bloomberg terminal, but it gives you large data. So you can play with it, you could get ideas, you can, scan the world, you could do different things. So that's what I use.
I think there's a site. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry, y'all. I wanted to do something, but don't look like I'm gonna be able to do it because my internet went crazy. But yeah, I wanted to pull those charts. I wanted to pull those sites. I think I have some stuff benchmarked in my computer from what AE, some charts, some sites that we would go to that would give us data. But I think I know where to pull it at on the BLS site. And Chris knows. Chris the one taught me. But I can't get on the stupid. I can't share my screen.
Because the thing is with data is that the other component, because remember, like I said, what the hedge funds are doing, they have a team. So they have a team of quant guys, financial guys, they have a team of different practices, right? So even in, let's say we get the data, what are we gonna do with the data? What
We'll
are
go
the
to the chart.
formulas are we? Sorry.
Right. Oh, I thought you was asking a question. What are we gonna do with the data?
No,
I would
like
say how you
yeah,
use
so
it for your advantage.
Right. So how are we gonna compute the data? What formulas are we gonna use? What advanced formulas are we going to use? You know, these are the type of things that I'm trying to like hopefully get the conversation towards, because I'm not trying to say like, okay, like don't do this or do this or do it my way or whatever the case may be. I'm just trying to make it more on a level to where it's like there's some results, some real results. You know what I mean?
I'm with it. I'm just gotta find let me see. Let me see if I can find let me see if I can find websites. I know I'm surprised Brandon and Chris don't have no sites. Brandon, would some of that be on macro trends?
It depends
And
on what are you looking for.
data that we can analyze to see what's going on. Some of the behaviors of what's happening in the market or in the world. Like, yeah, microtrends have, let's see, they got screener, they got historical, they got quarter.
Oh, was the trade econ was one of them that we used?
Trade econ.
Trading econ.
Training econ.
No, trade econ or econ trade, I think it is.
Let me see.
You can also use trade economics.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't have that site. Econ trade. I'm not even getting that on the
It was trade economics.
the website. Econ trading.
No, it's trade economics.
Oh, using trading economics is the name I say.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I think there's a package where you can use you can pay for like large so like the data I was just using, you can pay for it. They'll give you the graph, everything nice, ready to go, ready to use. Then if you want to do advanced formulations on it, you can do advanced stuff, tracking probabilities. If you really want to get really want to get nerdy, you can use Python, where we could do bigger things with it, you know what I mean? But eventually with time, we can get up to those things.
I mean, we got another one more. We got the Fed that we can use, the Federal Reserve economic data.
Oh, yeah.
Where we watch, what is that?
Oh, I see it. Wait a minute, you're going too fast, Brandon. I'm just not on this one. Trading economics. Okay, so they have national statistics, then they have the stock indexes, and then they have currencies, commodities, bonds, the World Banks, the Federal Reserve, the Comtrade, the forecast. They have a lot of stuff. Okay.
What you can do is what I did was in my student days when I didn't have any money, I will pay for the package first, and then I will try my best to stay up to date. So that you will just see, okay, whenever news comes out, it says, okay, this is the last print. You just update your Excel, and you just continue. So you don't have to pay for it like monthly or yearly. You can do it once, update and do the update, and you can continue.
Gotcha. We advancing, we learning. How do you ever use other markets, other currency markets to see what's going on in our markets?
Oh, you mean like euro dollar? You mean like forex? You mean?
Yeah.
I traded forex like during the pandemic, but there was a trade, there was a euro dollar trade that I capitalized on. But for right now, my mental focus, I'm really watching Bitcoin on a hawk. Because I feel like there's like a liquidity coming in the market. I feel like liquidity is coming back. So I'm really got my eye on that. But for right now, I'm just in some stocks, but nothing serious.
Gotcha. Man, when the next time I'm gonna be ready. Share my screen. Step my game up. What else y'all got going on for the night? Y'all had some really good dialogues going on. I was doing payroll, so I couldn't intervene too much, but I think we're good. Brandon, Chris, Sonny, Brooke Schrader, appreciate you coming on the platform. Price, I know he had to go to another meeting.
Now,
What you got? Anything you want to share, Ed?
oh, we did enough sharing to add tonight.
I know.
Got a lot of good info out.
Brandon.
Nah, I got nothing else. I'm gonna sit up a little bit and look through some stocks.
Yeah. Sonny.
I just wanted to say I appreciate all y'all, and thanks for the knowledge and understanding. You can catch me during the pre-market. I would say Monday through Friday, but I started doing 3 days a week. Anybody want to hit me up or talk to me, you could go to Marcus Zulu's Child, and yeah, I'll go demonstrate step by step. Want to appreciate all y'all. And
Hey,
to Dr. Lamb, I thank you for being my master teacher.
He's no master teacher. Hey, Sonny, I was gonna call you that in the morning. It was like 4 something in the morning. Man, there was this one company, and I just can't remember what it is now because I've done so much since then. But man, I was like, oh my goodness. But anyways, never mind. We'll talk. um, um, Brooks Trader,
Yeah.
closing on 9. Closing on 9.
I mean, thanks for the kind of having me on. Hopefully, I haven't looked for any channels and shit. I don't want you guys to feel like I'm a know-it-all, like I got all the answers I'm doing. I'm still learning. I'm still improving. You know, I'm just still trying to help and up the conversation. You know, but Brandon, let me know how the answer thing goes. So yeah, that's it.
Problem. Thank you guys.
I think you right on time. I think that the conversation and a lot of information that you talk about, definitely Brother African Emporium would definitely get down with. He'll be back. As a matter of fact, he should be bouncing up here pretty soon. He said in the month of July. So we expect for him to be making an appearance very soon. And I'm definitely interested in all of the conversation even going because he talks a lot, information. But we also, analyze the charts, but we do both at the same time. So I think that it can only get better. The conversation is definitely enriched. And, we always talk about, making the main thing and getting back on point. And a lot of our conversations is not short and sweet. Usually we be on here for hours, getting into the information, but we also get into the charts as well, because that's just how we do it. But whatever works, whatever information that can help better and sharpen our skills. I know I need to be better at researching and sharing information that because early on when we first really started doing it on the live instead of behind the scenes, we would talk about, we would definitely say, okay, talk me into how you got to that point, and analyzing the information and then bringing it back on, and then we would back test it or confirm it on the charts. And so, we appreciate y'all, and I thank you all for helping making the live streams more interested and welcoming, and appreciate those people who are watching on YouTube, who are still watching on YouTube. I know there's several live streams going on right now that's probably more entertaining than we are, and that's cool as well. But in order for us to change our immediate environment, we're gonna have to build a tolerance for what we think is not entertaining. So I'm cool with it. Hey, Brooks Trader, next time we come on and you come on, don't be a stranger. Hey, we like having everybody's not gonna have the same strategies, and so we cool with that. But can you turn your mic up a little bit more though?
Oh, the thing is, I gotta invest in a mic. I don't have a mic.
Oh, it's on the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't got no mic either, so I ain't tripping. But yeah, I was just trying to. I said, man, I had to turn everything down in the house so I could hear them, but I did hear it, and it's definitely work. Going back and watch. So
Yeah, the Hennessy, the
he
big
wants
bottle.
them. He wants. Sonny, leave that Hennessy alone, man. Now you want to be. It might. It's too late
That was an
now.
accident.
I bet.
I'm at the Ralph's, but I actually only opened the mic because I was gonna ask the brother if he does come on next time. can he finish out with what he was talking about? What he started off with the redlining? Because I really was digging that information.
Okay, cool. Because actually, what I wanted to do with the redlining was kind of build some trades, some ideas of what I'm trying to do with some other investors and stuff. Well, I think it was Brandon was saying it. Someone who was from
Price.
yeah, where we kind of take their model of billing by the waterfront, and because what I wanted to do was kind of show you guys like, okay, like you see like how they bill, they're hand picking, so kind of like reverse engineer what they're trying to do, so we can apply the real world and kind of capitalize off it, and then start to go into things like municipal bonds, these type of things.
We talk. That's Marquise right there. What Marquise said? He would like this.
Thanks to the panel. I don't know when you guys are coming back on next week, Wednesday.
If Garfield doesn't go, I mean, if Garfield doesn't go live tomorrow, I may take that challenge tomorrow. Just to, if not just Wednesday. Sometimes I try to pop on the weekend, try to be more consistent and pop in. And when Garfield is not live.
Is he in England or is he here in the States?
Oh, I'm not sure. Brooks Trader, where are you located?
Right now I'm in the Netherlands, man.
Oh.
Okay. I figured.
What's the time it is over there?
What is the what?
Time.
Right now is like 5:40.
In the morning?
Yeah, 5:40 in the morning.
We had you up all night?
Yeah, but I usually be up. This is where I do my stuff, charts and shit. Right now the kids are getting up, so it's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't know. So, okay. Well, we try not to go back to back on you then. Maybe we could do Saturday. Maybe we could do Saturday.
Now, I mean, if you guys are on tomorrow, just let me know so I can get my charts, get my stuff ready, organized in a proper manner, so we could just, dive in.
Yeah. Yeah, get organized so we can be organized. Yeah. Oh Lord, what is that?
Mom, what is you doing over there, man?
Sharks, man. Sharks in Florida. Y'all seen that big old shark in Florida?
I seen that shark that was in the water and the people had to get out.
They said,
see you guys, man.
Bye. They say shark sightings, attacks reported in Florida and New York.
Yep. Climate change. Climate change. Moving them sharks further and further coastline.
And it was huge. So he was just chilling. Like, what's up, y'all?
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, I want to go play with the humans.
Coming for you next.
Nah, they ain't coming for me because I ain't getting in the water. I'm gonna tell you, I stopped getting in the water when those sharks started coming out and they started getting closer and closer to the coast. I remember that one year in Florida, those sharks were like a mile away from the coast and they just was hanging out. Like, I was like, nah, I'm good, bro. You ain't got to worry about me ever getting back in. And then I never got back in the water since. Not in the ocean or on the beach. I don't go in the water. I might sit at the edge of it, but Monique and I get in that water.
You was in the water 2 years ago.
I know. I was at the edge.
Not on the jet.
You see, I went out and came back, huh? Yeah, I went out about 5 minutes, came my little ass right back on in. I was like, this is not for me.
Funny, yeah. Oh,
no.
You didn't get in the ocean by the hotel on the beach?
No.
Oh, I did. Sure. You was tripping. Shoot.
Nah.
I was like, yeah.
I didn't get in. I stayed at the edge.
Hold on, no, I thought you got in.
No, I was at the edge.
Oh, hold on, it's me, you, and Chandra out there, huh?
No, I didn't get in. Remember, I stayed on the boat. They wouldn't let me go.
No, I'm talking about when we was at the
Yeah,
hotel.
there was. No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it at the hotel. But when you guys remember, you guys got on the off the boat, and y'all were supposed to go snorkeling.
No, not the boat, no.
Oh,
You remember about what the hotel we stayed at?
yeah, I didn't get in the water. I just went to the edge.
Yeah. But it was me, you, and
Yeah.
Chandra, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
That was funny. They had the pool right there, and then the ocean was right down the way.
Yep. Yeah.
Boy,
All right, y'all.
but let us know if you come when we go live tomorrow.
Okay, I will.
All right.
All right. Peace.
Yeah.
All right, peace, everybody.
Peace.